you guys, and welcome to today's coverage of the Online Darts Live League. We have had a little bit of action in the early hours in Group B, but we progress on Friday with 2 more sessions. And of course this morning it will be the climax of Group C, with 2 players coming through this 6-person group in the next 5 to 6 hours. So sit down, enjoy a cuppa, and welcome to our coverage of the Group C climax. Let's get cracking with an all-Welsh clash, with Burnett up against Parry, who had a decent day yesterday. First things first, let's make sure the board is straight, which it seems to be now. And we can see now that Parry had a decent day yesterday, but it could have been so much better. He wound up with 20% on his doubles for the entirety of Thursday. But Richie Burnett is all but eliminated after not getting one solitary win from yesterday's play, which was uncharacteristic for Richie, but he has been struggling with a bit of an injury, so he has the license to play with a bit of freedom today to try and spoil other people's chances. Parry's problems yesterday definitely were on the doubles. As far as the scoring is concerned, there wasn't much wrong. Plenty of 180s.
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
So let's get cracking with Friday then. And let's talk about yesterday's group, because it was very special indeed. The standard was excellent.
100.
91.47. The overall average for all of the games played, and a dream debut for Adam Smith-Neale.
43.
We will see for his first game of the day in match 3 against Colin Osborne.
100.
But for Richie, it was a bad day at the office, and it's been a really tough week for him.
100.
He wound up in the bottom 3 of Group A. He was then promoted to Group C to have another chance of making the finals here in week 2 of Phase 6. But because of those points that he didn't get yesterday, I don't think we're going to see him in Champions Week 60. In Phase 6,
Kurt, you require
which will be the first Champions Week he'll have missed this year.
85.
Parry with a steady start. And yesterday, Kurt's best average was 96.37. In fact, his overall average 41. Of 91.36 was very similar 76. To what the entire group did. Double top.
36.
That's where his problems were at yesterday. Plenty of misses early. And it took him a while to get his first leg yesterday. In fact, it took him a good game and a half.
140. Kurt, you require 40.
Double 10.
30.
It seems to be happening again
Richie,
at the start.
Richie require 117.
Treble 19 leaves tops. He's got the first one of the 2.
77. Kurt, you require 10.
Parry is quick
Game shot
and accurate this time to take the first leg. So he's got his first leg of the day a lot quicker than he did yesterday. So that's a good sign. But he has missed a few doubles en route to that.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
As for Richie's day yesterday, he was the only player to have averaged under 90
60.
For the day. That is a sign of how strong this group was for Thursday. 88.1, that average for the day with 5 maximums.
140.
But what we had from Group C yesterday was record breaking.
100.
That 91.47 average for the group yesterday was the best we've seen from any Group C on a single day this year.
60.
Add to that, they had 17 ton-plus checkouts, evenly spread out amongst all of the players. We had 4 for Walters,
45.
4 for Osborne, 3 for Adam Smith-Neale, and 2 for Marsh, Parry and Burnett. But the collective effort was record-breaking
60.
to give us the most ton-plus checkouts in a single group day. Amazing effort.
100.
What we got yesterday in game 1 was a defeat by 4-0 for Richie, which was not the best start.
81.
That was to Scott Walters, who had a decent day yesterday. He picked up 6 points, as did Scott Marsh. But it was Smith-Neale that took the headlines
100.
with a perfect
Kurt, you
10
require
from 10.
160. 100.
Burnett
Richie
has got to
require
find
96.
this, you feel. Parry is not going to miss doubles the way he did in leg 1 all the time. And Richie looks a little deflated this morning. It's been a long week for him.
38.
He's put in a lot of hard
Kurt, you
work
require 60.
without much benefit. Double top for Parry.
50.
He drags the dart into the single 10, and you can
Richie
see just how
require 58.
cheesed off he is with missing so many doubles yet again this morning.
Game shot.
Burnett
second
equalises
leg.
with a
Richie
pinpoint double
Burnett.
top. A lovely shot from Richie just to give him a bit of hope at the start of play today.
Third leg. It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Now, Richie Burnett is not mathematically out of the reckoning in this
97.
group, of course. He must make the top 2 to make the Saturday finals. He has left it late before, but this is a very different ball game here. He would need
140.
10 points from 10 today, and everybody else would have to stumble.
100.
It's mathematically improbable, but a loss in this match, and it would be impossible.
140. 140.
Such a beautiful action that Kurt Parry has. And you just wonder what could possibly go wrong with that action. We haven't seen Kurt for a few years. It's really been a joy to watch him over the
68.
last 24 hours.
Kurt, you require 164.
And the talent is still there, that's for sure. Bullseye.
117.
Good attempt. The line was
Richie
good on that bullseye
require
shot.
153.
Just needed it to fly a little bit more.
$100.
Can't afford to miss
Kurt,
this
you
time
require 47.
to reach the halfway point before Richie does.
Game shot.
And that's a really good pinpoint
Kurt
check out there
Parry.
for a 15-darter from Kurt Parry. You can see that he used this guide here just by nudging it.
Fourth leg. It's
Cushioned
Richie to
that
throw
32
first.
shot perfectly for a 2-1 lead. If he repeats the trick over the next 3 legs,
121.
we will have the same result that we had from this fixture yesterday afternoon, where Parry won by 4 legs to 2.
190.
And he adds to his 180 count. I assure you that will not be his last. That is the strength of his game.
55.
In fact, yesterday, Kurt Parry had 3 14-darters. That was his best leg effort.
123.
Everybody else had a better leg than him yesterday, but starting in 5th position today because of his leg difference disparity to the others. If he can get some early points here, he will put pressure on the
60.
likes of Osborne, Marsh and Walters, who may be fighting for 2nd place if Adam Smith-Neale plays the way he did yesterday.
92.
go 18s or 15s here, really.
98.
Made the right decision.
Kurt, you require 106.
Can he get a ton plus checkout to add to the tally in this group?
90.
I would be
Richie require
flabbergasted if we got anywhere
167.
close to what we did yesterday. But we might get one here.
99.
Parry for
Kurt, you
3-1
require 16.
to be in a cushy position to try and bank his 6th point of this group so far.
8.
Oh, how has that not gone in?
Richie requires 68.
You will not believe that that didn't hit. Two 16s for Burnett to equalise.
52.
And he just misses on the inside.
Kurt, you require 8.
Double 4, different portion of the board.
Game shot on the
And a different
fourth
result.
flag.
So Kurt Parry with a 16 darter here finds his way to 3-1. It's a decent standard from Kurt so far. There is so much promise with him.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He's making an 86 average. It looks simple.
100.
There are levels to find with this 28-year-old. The response yesterday from players who know Kurt and social media was
60.
alight with, oh, you should recognise that Kurt Parry can play this game. And I know we say this a lot about
60.
players. He's a lovely lad, but he genuinely is. You get the opportunity to meet him and he's just so warm and friendly.
37.
I hope that Richie's not going to struggle for the rest of the day. But he's only one leg away from elimination.
85.
And over the course of the rest of this group, we'll have to enjoy his company because after elimination today, we will not see Richie
85.
Burnett at the Online Darts Live League again in 2021. After he's amassed the most games played
43.
by any player. He's had an extraordinary 2021, picking up the Sporty Stuff TV trophy, the Phase 2 title,
57.
Champions Week appearances in Phase 3, 4 and 5. But ultimately, the end of the year
139.
is going to be fruitless for him. He has dazzled us with entertainment. And the one thing you can't say about Richie Burnett
Kurt,
is that he has left
74.
anything in the tank. Double top.
34.
That would have been
Richie
the end
require
of this match.
128.
It could still go on if Burnett finds treble 20 in bull.
56. Kurt, you require 40.
Parry's in for the win.
Game,
And
shots,
the win he
and the
gets
match.
with
Kurt
7
Parry.
visits in that match, and he bolsters his position of trying to make the top 2. But Richie Burnett is now eliminated from the possibility of making Champions Week again. He doesn't even make the finals of Week 2. But an 83 average is good enough to get the points for Kurt Parry, and that puts him on 6 points, which is a good challenging position with 4 matches remaining in the group. Scott Walters and Scott Marsh are about to join us for the match in Match 2, so let's get a look at those two guys. Welcome back. It is match number 2 about to start, and it is a Scott derby here with Marsh and Walters about to make their first appearance of Friday. It is the 5th consecutive day that we've seen Scott Marsh. He has a very good shot at getting through this group, but so has Scott Walters. They've both got 6 points in pursuit of Adam Smith-Neale at the top.
Scott Marsh to throw first. Game on.
This should make for a very interesting game to see who gets within 2 points of our person at the top of the table.
43.
They now have company on 6 points in the form of Parry. And I just have a feeling that if Adam Smith-Neale is to run away with this group, there's going to be a melee behind him for that second spot. And it could well be leg difference that decides
100.
who goes through and who does not. One thing that you may need to be reminded of is that if you do get to the finals on Saturday night, there is a £2,000 bonus if you win on Saturday night as well. Just getting to the final bags you an extra £1,000. And just for making
123.
You can net £375. But if you make the top 3 on Saturday night, you will return for Champions Week in early December.
104.
And it will be December the 11th, which is the last day of the Online Darts Live League for 2021.
$180.
First maximum of this match goes to Scott Marsh. And it sets up a leg-winning chance after 4 visits.
100. Scott, you require 55.
Double top, his chosen target most of the time.
35.
But it gives Walters an opportunity
Scott,
to take a ton plus
114.
checkout in the first leg, which is something he did in his first leg yesterday against Richie Burnett.
58.
No such luck.
Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the first
Easy
leg.
find there from Scott Marsh. So, an effortless beginning in 16 darts gives him the lead against one of his closest challengers for that second spot.
It's Scott Walters to throw first.
Now, I'm not sitting here saying that Adam Smith-Neale is going to walk away with the number 1 spot in this group. He could have a disastrous
99.
day and end up in 3rd or 4th position. A lot may hinge on the way he starts against Colin Osborne in his first match, which is next. Well, let's talk about Marsh.
100.
From Thursday, he averaged 92.5 for the day, with the best performance of 100.24, which was the best average in an individual match in Group C yesterday. 2 ton plus outs, so he did contribute to that record-breaking 100 plus finishing record yesterday.
81.
6 maximum scores, and he hit exactly 1/3 of every double he went for.
$56.
He did have the best leg yesterday, shared with Smith-Neale. We've had 1 10-darter this week from Chris Gilliland, and the next best came from Marsh in 11.
$40.
Nice cushion here for Walters, who can't afford to take his foot off the pedal. The way he responded yesterday after losing 4-0
98.
in his second match against Adam Smith-Neale was really admirable. He did lose to Colin Osborne in match number 9. But after that, it was a 4-0 win over Parry that really did bolster his leg difference.
Scott, you require 108.
And he did beat Scott Marsh in their encounter yesterday by 4-1.
58.
That's why he currently sits above Scott Marsh in the table with a leg difference of +5. Whereas Marsh is down at -2.
140.
There's got to be
Scott,
some
you
urgency
require
about this
50.
50 checkout. Double 16.
34.
And Marsh is going to smell a chance here.
Scott, you require 80.
These are the kinds of opportunities that you can't squander. What a lie.
60.
Oh, I can't believe he missed it.
Scott,
It just needed to bounce off the centre of that barrel a tiny bit more and it was in.
Game shot on the second leg.
So Walters does dodge a bullet in leg 2. And this one's levelled up at 1 leg all. So best of 5 from here. And it could well be between these two for second position come the end of the day.
Scott Marsh to throw first. Game on.
If you are going to lose today,
180.
lose tight. If you're going to win, win big. Two maximums in this match now for Marsh. And the ante is being lifted.
It
has been a record-breaking week this week. Individual performances from Connor Scott and collective performances in both groups A and C and B have seen records broken. I've been particularly impressed with Connor Scott. Considering how well he's played this week, it is incredible that he did not win Group A. But he did have a perfect record yesterday in Group B. And if he nets 50% of his wins tonight in the Group B action with the rest of the players, he's going to be very safe for Saturday night. And he will be very hard to stop.
$60. Scott, you require 121.
Is Walters going to take the lead with a break of throw on the bull?
96.
He wasn't far away.
Scott, you require 120.
Got to find the 60 for tops now. He has. That's a perfectly pitched shot.
80.
But over pitches dart 3.
Scott, you require 25.
To give Walters a chance, a second chance. Now it's a question of whether he does get a dart. He's got 11 left. He makes sure of the small 3.
21.
But he robbed himself of an extra dart at double by missing the single with dart 1. And he has every right to scratch his head.
Game shot on the
and that chance is gone now as Marsh survives with a 2-1 lead here. It's almost the same as yesterday, with Marsh being involved in some somewhat quizzical matches.
Fourth leg, it's Scott Walters to throw first. Game on.
First game for Marsh yesterday, he won 4-3 over Osborne. The game after that, he won against Burnett by 4-3 after being 3-0 down. He's still shaking his head. I'm not sure why.
56. Scott, you require 98.
He won't be shaking his head if he finds this. Perfect first start.
Game shot on the
splendid
fourth
98
leg.
check out
Scott
there
Walters
to level things up at 2-2. He did have his opportunity to go to 2 legs in the last game. But here we are, level at 2-2 now.
Marsh to throw first.
And
game on.
it's all square, as it should be, you would think, with Marsh throwing first in leg 5.
100.
I was saying yesterday that the pace of this group was
100.
lightning quick. For some reason today, it feels a little slower. Maybe it's because of the urgency in the room.
96.
And the fact that final spots will be booked today. Not just in this group, but in Group B tonight. 3 spots available tonight. 2 in this one. And Walters yesterday, who averaged over 90 for the day,
81.
and was in second position overnight, will have been thinking over the last few hours, that's where I want to remain. He had a best performance
137.
in his very first game yesterday, 93.94 average. He had equally the most
100.
ton plus checkouts yesterday. He got 4 of them, including the checkout that broke the record, which was his biggest of the day, a 136. It was almost a 136 approach there from Marsh, but he decided to use the single 8 to leave tops.
100.
So the destiny of leg 5 is in
40.
his hands.
Game shot
Double
the
10 is
fifth
found
leg.
for a very
Scott
good
Marsh.
quality 14 darter, and Marsh is at it again early in Friday's play. He's in a tight game, but he seems
Sixth
to be
leg,
in
it's Scott
control
Walters to throw first.
of the way he's playing. And with a win to go to 8 points, he
100.
would leapfrog Walters into second spot in the table and be only 2 points behind Adam Smith-Neale. But the leg difference needs addressing. This is why Adam Smith-Neale really is a favourite for this group now. Not only did he play the best stuff yesterday overall, not only did he get the most points, but his leg difference
100.
is a thing of beauty. It's plus 15 compared to Marsh's minus 2 right now. And if he keeps winning today, it's quite simple. It is a battle for second spot.
60.
Your favoured bookmaker or via the Online Darts YouTube channel. We really do thank you for your company. And please remember that if you are having a bit of a flutter on something, whether it's a match result,
100.
the amount of 180s, or something of that ilk, please remember to gamble responsibly. It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
140.
After 6, advantage Marsh. And that advantage is about to get wider.
97.
Walters must get to a finish here, you feel. Otherwise, he's going to need mistakes from the British Open champion. And of course,
57.
he is the England national champion in modern amateur
Scott,
darts
you
as well.
require 164.
I think that's sensible. He's decided to leave the double with 3 in hand for the next visit. But it's not a double he expected to have, because that was for a single 4. Look on the bright side, Scott. You didn't hit an odd number.
43.
And you do have 3 darts at a
Scott,
double.
you require 26.
Oh, he's decided to split it instead. I'm not sure that was for 10 double 8. It might have been 6 for double 10.
Game,
It doesn't matter.
and the match.
It has
Scott
worked out.
Marsh.
So, with a little bit of a broken compass in the end, he does find himself to his destination, which is 4 legs to 3. And Scott Walters has been usurped in the table by the person who was under him after yesterday's play. Good game. 92 average for Marsh, 44% on checkouts. Very steady indeed. If he maintains that today, he could have every chance of getting one of the top 2 positions. We're going to see the table topper right now, Adam Smith-Neale, who looks to bolster his position at number 1. If he wins, he'll be on 12 points at the expense of Colin Osborne. Match number 3 of Friday morning sees Adam Smith-Neale up against Colin Osborne now. So it is the man from Middlesbrough up against the big dog from the West Midlands. He's back for more points, and let's see how hungry the big dog is this morning. But Osborne does have a task on his hands, with plenty of players in front of him in the table, including this 27-year-old from Nuneaton. Osborne was saying to me this morning that he couldn't believe he walked away with only 4 points yesterday. I had to concur.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He played so much better in yesterday's 5 matches than he did all 3 days in Group A.
44.
91.96 is average for yesterday. He got the most maximums of any player. He got 10 of them.
60.
He had equally the most amount of ton plus outs. He got 4. So the more I talk about his stats
43.
and what he did, the more puzzling it is that he only got 4 points.
$123.
But the concrete fact of the matter is, he sits here on 4 points, and he's now sitting in 5th position in the table.
97.
This is his game in hand. If he doesn't make the most of this game, he's in real trouble of not making the top 2. And he doesn't have to wait long for his first 180.
40.
It's a slow start from Adam.
Colin, you require 138.
But not so for Aussie. Hello. Double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
What a sensational start from Colin Osborne. 318 points in 6 darts. And he takes the Keith Della
Second leg, it's Colin to throw
to win the first leg in
Game
12
on.
darts. This is exactly what he needs.
81.
But yesterday was exactly what Adam Smith-Neale needed. Really good day, averaging 94.86 for the day.
59.
His best performance coming in his first match, which was a ton plus average against Parry. And he won that match in 6 minutes and 37 seconds.
82.
The second quickest match of the entire season. Checkout percentage for Adam yesterday, 43.48%. That is world-class stuff. And add into the mix that he got the biggest finish of everybody yesterday a 161.
135.
The standard was so high from him yesterday, it will be very hard to maintain that. But today's mission
60.
is just to fend off the rest of the people to keep his #1 spot to get into Saturday night. It's all well and good playing well on Thursday,
100.
but if you aren't there on Saturday night to have a chance to get in the top 3 for Champions Week, it means nothing.
180. Colin,
There's
you
our first
require
maximum from Adam.
103.
Could it be a second Tum Plus checkout?
63. Adam, you require
ASN gets the
105.
chance. 2 double tops.
65. Colin, you require 40.
For 2-0. This game is rattling
Shot
along
on the
at a
second
very
leg.
good pace
Colin Osborne.
and very much to the liking of Colin Osborne, because a 2-0 lead against the #1 person in the table is a very nice thing to have.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
I've just called Adam Smith-Neale ASN. Well,
123.
we refer to the Dutch players by acronyms. Why not use that for somebody in a different part of the world? RVB, MVG, DVD, ASN.
101.
Sounds like a news network, doesn't it? Hi, and welcome back to ASN for more darts. Please excuse me, it's been a very long week.
41. 100.
Been a long week for Osborne as well. This is his 5th day of competition this week.
83.
And if anybody knows about getting a good start to a week and then everything faltering by the end of the week, it is Colin. Because in week 4 of Phase 5, he broke a record
55.
for Group A, amassing 28 points from a possible 30. And then when it came to the weekly finals, he did not
99.
get through to Champions Week. You would much rather squeak through on a Thursday or Friday.
44.
Doesn't get a great deal there.
96.
So Adam should stay on the 60 there, and does. That's wise.
88. Colin, you require
And with that one miss,
144.
he offers Osborne one more opportunity for 3-0. Opportunity gone.
$94. Adam, you require 8.
2 4s.
Game shot on
He
the
does
third
find his
leg.
first leg of the
Adam
day.
Smith-Neale.
And what we do find with players who suffer a couple of leg defeats at the start of their play, when they get their first double, it does open the floodgates.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Didn't have to wait long yesterday. But if he studied
60.
the order of play today, Adam will now know that he can't be caught unless
96.
he loses this game and loses his next game. But even then, he'd still be ahead on leg difference over Scott Marsh. But the last thing he needs at the
85.
start of play today is to be relinquishing points, giving the chasing pack hope.
140.
He's starting to score better now. It has been a slow start from him, but he's gathering pace.
100.
When they did play yesterday in game 13, Smith-Neale won by 4 legs to 0.
137.
He had 3 games yesterday where he won to 0. That's why his leg difference is so healthy.
30.
But his second best performance
Adam, you
was
require
reserved for Osborne
128.
yesterday. An average just shy of 97. He's not there with this game,
48.
but he's still within striking distance of leveling up after 4 legs. Good pressure from Osborne.
Adam, you require 80.
Yesterday, when he was on 80, he went treble 16 for double 16, but here
27.
he misses the second single.
Colin, you require 92.
And then he misses another single. Maybe you could classify that as just the littlest bit lazy. Osborne will be livid
76.
that he did not get a
Adam,
shot
you
at double
require 53.
in that visit there. Double top.
Game shot on the fourth
And he's gotten
leg.
away with it.
Adam Smith-Neale.
And it's a 17-dart break of throw for Adam Smith-Neale after making 2 silly errors in the previous visit. He gets the opportunity to
Fifth
fix
leg,
it.
it's Adam to
And
throw
fix it he
first.
does.
$140.
Nice to see Adam Smith-Neale sporting the Richard Kimball look today. As long as we haven't got any US Marshals bashing their way through
100.
the Online Darts Live League studio today, then everything will be fine.
$140.
Colin Osborne's a bit like George Clooney in darts. He just doesn't seem to age. He looks exactly the same as he did 10 years
41.
ago. What's your secret, Colin? What's your skin regime? It's probably the same as my dad's.
100.
Soap and water. Old school. But it is good to see a player like Colin, a classy operator, aging well, and saying to me over the last couple of days that he believes he's got a good 10 years left in him at the top of the game. That's fighting talk, and I love to hear that from people I really enjoy watching. But from 2-0, he may find himself 3-2 down.
Adam, you require 73.
As Adam Smith-Neale is no longer pressing the snooze button. He's looking to wake up.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
wake up he
leg.
does
Adam
by hitting
Smith-Neale.
tops for a 3-2 lead. He is extremely close now to getting 2 more points and to stretch his lead at the
It's
top
Colin to throw
back to
first.
4.
Game on. $26.
I don't know why I said that thing about Richard Kimball. Now I can't picture Adam Smith-Neale as someone else apart from Harrison Ford and The
44.
Fugitive. If you have any other lookalikes for Adam Smith-Neale today, please feel free to send them to @Darts Live League.
140.
Keep it clean, everybody. And let's make Friday a lot of fun.
$41.
If you do want to get in touch with us, please do so. My handle on Twitter is @theasset180. And if there are any topics to discuss, please
140.
at me, or indeed use the hashtag #ODLiveLeague. We should be going the distance for the second match in succession. When Osborne has got to a double, he's been accurate, 67%. So the likelihood is he will take the 55 because he has 2 darts for it, providing he finds the single.
55.
Find it he does.
Game
And
shot on
double
the
top
sixth
is
leg.
working
Colin
today.
Osborne.
Throughout the course of the week, there have been times where he's been coming up dry, but not on this occasion. As we go the
Seventh final
distance
leg, it's Adam to throw
with
first.
ASN throwing first.
100.
I'm sure these two will have played each other in local competitions. Osborne has spent most of his adult life living in Derby. Not that far from one of his good pals, Jamie Caven.
81.
I remember actually when I won the Players' Championship finals at Purfleet in 2010. I went down to spend a weekend with Jamie Caven. We went to a local competition not that far from where Adam Smith-Neale lives. I ended up winning that competition the week before winning the Players.
180.
And I beat Colin Osborne in that final. A week later, I won the tournament on telly, and Osborne made the semi-finals, so it was a bit of a precursor.
55. Adam, you require 140.
But this would be a great result for Smith-Neale. It would take pressure off the rest of his matches in the morning, that's for sure.
100.
But this would be catastrophic for Osborne in his quest for second spot. He might be forced to find at least 3 wins from his next 4 games that are left.
Adam, you require 40.
For 12 points. Double 10.
Game,
that's what he does. Still undefeated in this group. And he deals a huge blow to Colin Osborne's chances of making the top 2. But Osborne still has 4 games left. You see that pinpoint double 10 right there after a beautiful guy just on the outside. And it's a really good performance, you can see. But it's a strange game sometimes. He won with an average that is 11 less than his opponent. But he does get the 4 legs. That's what you get the points for. We have completed our first round of action for today. We'll take a very short break. But when we come back, it's going to be Scott Walters up against Kurt Parry. And both are in the reckoning for second spot. Interesting times ahead as we go into round 2 of our matches for Friday morning. Scott Walters and Kurt Parry coming up, and both really do need points to keep themselves in position to snag that second position, which is looking like the place where they will go through this group, because Adam Smith-Neale has still not been defeated.
Game on.
And judging by the way he's playing, he might not be defeated. Looking to do exactly what Josh Richardson did last week in banking 20 points from 2 days.
140.
So Kurt Parry currently on 6 points. Leg difference of -3. Walters 6 points and a leg difference of +4. But they are both behind second placed Scott Marsh,
140.
who sits on 8 points and -1. So 60. A win for either person here would put them on the same points as Marsh. But in the case of Walters, a win for him would put him back 60. In second spot where he started the day. Marsh has now got to play Smith-Neale in game number 6.
Scott, you require 161.
So that will be a very big game for the chasing pack.
91. $59. Scott, you require 70.
Scott Walters has played some decent stuff today, but only just fell at the final hurdle against Scott Marsh.
30.
He
Kurt,
might
you
just
require
get another chance at this
142.
first leg. But then again, he might not.
Game shot on the
Oh,
first
that's a
leg.
body
Kurt
blow
Parry.
from Kurt Parry to Scott Walters. 2 treble 17s and tops. He's had some problems on the doubles,
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw
but
first.
no bother
Game
there. Is that a sign that Kurt Parry is about to take
60.
things up a notch? That is his biggest finish
99.
of this group so far. Beats out his 110 from yesterday.
135.
Just so easy to watch. You don't say that about every single player.
54.
Some players look like they're working really hard for every dart. But it's as if Kurt Parry was
58.
born to throw a dart in this way. You look at certain golf swings, you look at some cricketing techniques.
60.
They look as if they were born with the equipment in their hand.
60.
He's got a 100-point lead over Walters, who's got to extinguish that soon.
100.
And you wonder how many players in the finals on Saturday night are going to be from Hampshire.
134.
We may see Chaz Barstow there tomorrow night. He's in a strong position to get a top 3 spot in Group B.
180.
Will that 180
Kurt, you
be
require
a moot
54.
point? As Parry goes for tops.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
second
much
leg.
better.
Kurt Parry.
2 from 2 on tops. And he's finally sorting the double troubles out, to the chagrin of Scott Walters.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. $123.
Yesterday, when Kurt Parry was losing, he was still
100.
showing good stats. He lost with an average just under 96 against Adam Smith-Neale. He won against Osborne
59.
with a 94. Lost to Scott Marsh with a 96. It was a very good display of scoring.
100.
But he would admit that his doubling really does need some work. Maybe he's done that work this morning, and maybe it's just a bit of
100.
ring rust after not playing a great deal of competitive stuff over the last 2 or 3 years.
100. 99.
Wise move there from Scott to take the 9 off the end of the score. Oh, that's unfortunate.
80.
But the last dart gets him to a doable out. And if he takes this 1-2-1,
100.
Walters is going to be shaking his head again.
121.
He can't take it now,
81.
but he might still take
Scott,
the lead
require 20.
if Scott Walters falters on double 10 or 5.
Game shot
And
on the
Walters
third
does not
leg.
falter.
Scott
There's a
Walters.
certain ring to that. He didn't want to falter, because if he did there, he was in real trouble of going 3-0 down.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on. $137.
We are seeing so many more players these days fitting the mould of the Dimitri van den Bergs, the Luke Humphreys, the Bradley Brooks. We're talking about PDC blueprint players who come through the JDC system.
100.
The Junior Darts Corporation has given us some amazing talent over the last 2 or 3 years. The likes of Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Mikhail Verberg,
81.
Jurjen van der Velde. And we are going to see them more on the development tour over the next 2 or 3 years.
100.
But even before they were considered, we had the Humphreys, the Van den Bergs, the Bradley Brooks, the Jared Coles,
140.
and the Kurt Parrys of this world.
164.
A lot of these players are now over the age of 25. And they can concentrate
84.
on senior darts against the highest opposition.
140.
Ooh, hello.
100.
Ooh, bit frisky that one.
You require
Didn't expect
80.
him to go for tops. It will be the bullseye.
37. Scott,
This game is about to be flipped on its head.
Game shot on the
Just
fourth
when you think
leg.
Kurt Parry
Scott
is dominating
Walters.
it with good doubling, Scott Walters gets himself back into it, and this fast and furious game is now best of 3
Fifth
from
leg,
here.
It's Scott to throw first.
But the problem lies in the fact that Kurt Parry has not had a shot at double
177.
in the last couple of legs. And full credit to Walters for that, as he gets himself a 177 start in leg 5.
140. 123.
Superb adjustment after that somewhat suspect first start.
83.
He had a bit of a word with me this morning, did Scott Walters. I said yesterday I didn't know a great deal about him. I'd completely forgotten that I'd met him before. At Q School and at the Worthing Open.
60.
I'm not
Scott,
gonna
you
lie.
require 24.
I do remember that. Now that he's jogged my memory. Double 12.
Game shot on the
He's
fifth
3-2 up
leg.
after being
Scott
2-0 down.
Walters.
This is a superb performance from Scott Walters. He's showing a real chin here. And he could well win this match 4-2.
Sixth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
I think I'm getting to that age now where I've met so many people within the world of darts that I'm starting to forget some of them.
95.
It's not a nice feeling.
96.
Kurt Parry does not show a great deal of frustration, but there is a little bit of it here as he has let his lead slip. There's only 4 matches remaining for these two players to try and book their spot in the finals.
85.
Every mistake is now magnified.
95.
Starting to lose the line
55.
on that 20 segment. The treble 1 has been hit. The treble 5 on this occasion. Walters is only 3 visits away from winning this match.
82.
It's a good recovery. Parry's got to be careful on 266. Got to go down now.
58.
6 darts from here would seal victory for Walters. We've seen Colin Osborne take 318 in 6 today.
58.
One of the best 6-dart efforts we've seen all week. And if Walters was to finish the match in 6 from 2-8,
60.
that means we're about
Scott,
to see
you
a big fish for the second time this week,
170.
after Connor Scott gave us our first.
98. Kurt, you require 148.
He's not going to have another 140 plus checkout after getting
44.
142 earlier.
Scott, you require 72.
Chance to win. 15 for the bull. His most likely route left.
47.
One match dart gone.
Kurt, you
Can
require
Parry survive?
104.
Interesting.
Game shot on the seat
You do
flag.
not see
Kurt
many
Parry.
players go that way for 104. That one's left me a little shell-shocked. But it is his
Seventh and
second
final
ton
leg.
plus
It's Scott to
checkout
throw
of the
first.
match.
Game on.
And it keeps him in it at 3-3. Just another example
60.
of using the same treble or the same area of the board twice, leaving an open bed. And there's a lot of logic to that finish right there. Because if he dragged that first start into the single 3,
55.
he would still have 51 and bull. So I like that shot. As rare as it is,
139.
there's a lot of logic to it. Good thinking, Kurt. Good thinking.
97.
Now his problem is that he has to break Scott Walters in this leg.
83.
And he's got a big deficit of 130.
100.
A deficit that is only 30 now. But Walters has still got the throw.
123. 97.
He does
Scott,
have
you
a
require
guaranteed shot at
96.
96. Ooh, double top.
76.
And a second match dart is missed.
Kurt,
He's
you
furious
require
about that. He'll be more
152.
furious in a second if this goes. I'm surprised he went for double-double
60.
there. It was a risky play,
Scott, you require 20.
but the
Game,
risks have
shot,
paid off
And the match.
as he
Scott
gets a
Walters.
4-3 win, and that is our third consecutive 4-3 win in today's play. So things are being kept tight here, and that is very much to the benefit of Adam Smith-Neale, whose leg difference at the top of the table is much better than everybody else's. It's another good performance from Scott Walters. A 96 average from him, but that's a big blow to Kurt Parry, who might need to win his final 3 games to find himself in the top 2. We're going to have a little look at Colin Osborne and Richie Burnett next. This is their 5th game of the week, and it's going to be their last. welcome back. And it is, of course, these two who you will see over the next possibly 7 legs, because the last 3 matches have been all 7 legs. Let's have another. Why not? 7 PDC Tour wins for Colin Osborne, and he firmly believes there are more in his future. But Richie Burnett is playing out the rest of this group in the knowledge that he is not going to make the finals on Saturday night. There is a tinge of sadness about that because we all love to watch Richie play.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But he knows now that this is going to be the last day he plays in the Online Darts Live League this year. It's been an esteemed privilege of mine to call a lot of his games. Richie's a pal of mine, has been for quite a few years. We've had a good few laughs over the 10 or 11 seasons that we've battled against each other. This, of course, is a new venture from the start of 2020. And this year he has been the man at the crease
60.
the most. He has amassed the most games played. He's had some huge highlights. But can he be a thorn in the side of Colin Osborne
60.
as he has a last-ditch drive to try and get that second spot behind Adam Smith-Neale in this Group C table?
60.
It is Adam Smith-Neale who dealt the first blow to Osborne to keep him on 4 points. He's now 2 points behind Parry,
135.
4 points behind Walters and Marsh, and 8 behind Adam Smith-Neale. If Osborne does not win
60.
this match, I feel his challenge is about to wilt.
100.
It's not for the lack of quality darts, because he did lose with a 96 average in his first game today. And curiously, Smith-Neale only averaged 85. Wrap your brain around that one.
60.
Bit of a puzzler.
Colin, you require 106.
2 visits to take care of 106.
98.
Not bad. Steady. And that double 4 will be for a breakthrough as well.
140. Colin, you require
Turns out
8.
he can't miss this time.
Game shot.
And he
the
doesn't.
first leg.
He
Colin
does
Osborne.
find the portion of double 4 that Richie Burnett really loves. That bottom 10% is what Richie Burnett has found in double 4 more than
Second
any
leg,
other
it's
part
Colin
of
to
it.
throw first. Game on.
I really have seen a lot of Richie Burnett starts this year when I recognise things like that.
45.
But what you might find with these two players that they are a little bit jaded. They've played early morning darts all week. If you think these guys just turn up at 9:15 local time, get cracking, so wrong. It's preparation. They're turning up at 7:30 in the morning, maybe 7:45.
60.
Putting in a designated practice regime before they start. And then they give their all the way through to around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you're doing that day in, day out, they will be bushed by the end of the week. But ultimately, if they don't make the finals on Saturday night, they will not be back.
140.
And let's face it, if they get through Q School in January, they'll never be back. Maybe. Because this is a tournament for non-tour card holders.
55.
I have been informed this morning by some of our organisers as to who will be joining us later in the month and
60.
early December. Some of the names are very good indeed. I am really happy that I'm going to be back straight after the Players'
59.
Championship finals in Minehead for the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, because that Group A, oh yeah, I'm all over that.
$60.
And that will be my swan song from the Online Darts Live League this year. They will be my last 3 days, as Chris Mason will take the chair for the final
40.
Champions Week
Colin,
of
you require
2021.
136.
I'll have a little bit of Chris Murphy when we come back from the Grand Slam as well.
$125.
Advantage Osborne once again. Richie is struggling. There's one thing on his mind right now, apart
26.
from the pain in his leg.
Colin, you require
And that is
11.
that he does not want to go through this entire group without winning a match. Double four.
Game shot.
And he finds it once again.
Colin Osborne.
About 2 centimetres further north this time, but he is 2 to the good and halfway to victory here.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $60.
At this point, I would like to wish everybody the best of luck this weekend at the World Seniors qualifiers in Reading. Seen a few pictures on social media over the last couple of days.
140.
Of their stage set. And some of the players saying that they're on their way. And there will be some lively competitors going there to chance their arm in getting to the final stages of the World Seniors Darts Championship, which will be at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet in the opening days of February 2022. To go up against the likes of Richie Burnett,
85.
if he doesn't get through Q School, Phil Taylor, Martin Adams, and plenty others.
$100.
The ideal scoreline here for Osborne is definitely 4-0. If he can get that,
60.
He'd get to 6 points and jump Kurt Parry in 4th position. And then his next mission would be against Scott Walters.
100.
And a win against him would definitely put him in the frame for the top 2 once again. You could look at this as a knockout scenario.
60.
The next game he loses, if there is one, it could be curtains.
60. Colin, you require 156.
Let's have a go at this one. It didn't last long.
45.
He doesn't sneak that last dart 60
Richie,
either.
you require 121.
Burnett, who lost his first match by 4 legs to 1, is looking for his first leg on a 1-2-1.
91. Colin, you
Osborne's
require
looking for 3-0
111.
with a 1-1-1. What does Burnett do here?
51.
A lot of players would
Richie
split this,
require 30.
but he's not made of that. He wants to go straight for it.
Game shot on the
And he gets his first leg of the contest.
Richie Burnett.
So Osborne will now throw in leg 4 to get that 2-leg gap back. He needs to win these games by margins.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Leg
Game
difference is going to come into play at some point today. You just know it.
96.
That win for Osborne over Burnett yesterday was his first against Richie this week. Richie owned Colin in Group A by beating him 3 times out of 3.
180.
Could he possibly deny him some more joy today? It would be cataclysmic for Osborne's chances
81.
of second spot if he lost to Burnett here.
100.
He's lost his throw because Burnett has been very good at the start of leg 4 here. But look at this response.
125.
Doesn't like that deflection. I don't blame him. In fact, all of the head-to-head records between the Group A players in Group C action,
25.
whether it's Burnett versus Marsh, Marsh versus Osborne, or Burnett versus Osborne, like this game here, all of the head-to-heads read 3 games to 1.
99.
99 red balloons leave 100 for a 3-1 lead.
$83. Colin, you
would
require
erase
100.
all of the damage of the last leg. Great guide for the 60. And that's why he didn't go tops.
Game shot
Perfectly pitched.
leg.
And it's
Colin
another
Osborne.
ton plus checkout to add to the cacophony of those things that we've seen from this group.
Fifth
Doesn't
leg.
matter whether
Richie
it's
to throw
161
first.
or 100 or something else. As long as it's over 100, it gets in that tally.
58.
Good to see Colin in that purple
100.
shirt. It's a shirt that hasn't really changed from a design perspective over the last 10 years. He's got a few different colours in that shirt. He's got the black and red.
190.
He's got the purple and black. I was always a fan of his light blue and black one. That was the one he wore against me when we played at the match play back in 2011.
140.
That was a stressful game. I only just won it by 11 legs to 9.
$140.
Defiant stuff from the Prince of Wales, who could easily just turn up today, play some decent darts and walk away in the knowledge that he's not 100%. But the amount of pride that this guy walks with every single day, it just goes to show just how much he wants it. Bullseye.
Game
Oh,
shot
Richie
the fifth
Burnett,
leg.
take a bow.
Richie Burnett.
He's on 1.5 legs, and he's still hitting ton plus checkouts.
Sixth leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And make no mistake, losing that leg, it does damage Osborne's chances of getting up the table.
82.
His negative leg difference is going to remain even if he wins this leg. He's at -3 currently, and the best case scenario
60.
now is that he wins, gets to 6 points in the table, and a leg difference of -1.
$100.
For all those who are tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube channel, don't forget to hit the subscribe button
60.
and enable your notifications, and we will always let you know when we are live with more Online Darts Live League action. Then all you have to do is pop your finger on that notification and you will be tuning in whatever smart device you have. Unless, of course, you've got your smart TV in your hands, which I wouldn't recommend for taking on the bus.
81.
$139 is the magic number here, and I think he's going to find it.
139.
It doesn't come much better than that, and the response from Osborne since that 12 darter on the 1-2-3 checkout from Burnett, it's been perfect.
$85.
Tops for 4-2
Colin, you require
to
40.
end the first third of our matches. for Friday.
Game, shot,
And it is an
match.
excellent
Colin
performance once again
Osborne.
for Colin Osborne. He is averaging over 90 easily today. 96 in a loss in his first game. But that one there, around the 93 mark, as you can see. But the checkout percentage, ooh, very good, 100%. That's the second time this week that someone's done that, after Connor Scott did that in the early hours in Group B. So 5 matches down. Let's close off round 2 with another look at Adam Smith-Neale. And he's up against Scott Marsh, who is currently residing in second spot on the table. Round 2 of our matches for Friday in Group C will come to a close at the climax of this game, which has Adam Smith-Neale looking to get to 14 points in the table. He already has a 4-point gap, but a win in this match and he's going to be safe. Because you're not going to find 3 of the players catching him up at 14 points. But he may have 20 points in his sights. Because knowing him as I do, I think he wants to impose himself on this group in the biggest way possible.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
A repeat of yesterday's 10th match of the day. And a repeat scoreline for Adam would be very welcomed, which was 4 legs to 2.
85.
It was a good display, 95 average and 1/3 of his doubles hit. And he took advantage of a tired-looking Marsh in that game.
123.
Speaking of tired, in Adam's first game of the day, he looked like he hadn't got out of bed the first couple of legs. And then all of a sudden,
45.
he was all right after that. Won by 4 legs to 3. And got himself that handy 2 points against Osborne, who really
100.
can't afford to be dropping points. Because he sits at 6 points now, and a leg difference of -1. His next game is against Scott Walters, which is after this.
140.
That's a big game for anybody trying to get and stay into that second spot behind Adam.
96.
Now you may think that I am already putting Adam Smith-Neale into the finals on Saturday night. I'm not, but it's highly likely that he'll be there. Well, Marsh has got to go 19s here, or 25. I would not put him up there as one of the best counters on a steel-tip dartboard. But he has got to a finish. A single 19 and a 25-er bull would have got him there. That's what you would have seen from a Jared Cole or a Connor Scott.
134.
They may be slightly more astute to the steel tip numbers than, say, a Scott Marsh is.
58.
So, Adam Smith-Neale for a break of throw in leg 1. 97. I think that's 78. Double 19 would have left tops.
37. Scott, you require 76.
This game is being played at Scott Marsh's pace so far, and it's not suiting Adam. Double top.
56.
And Marsh under-delivers
Adam, you require
on a vital
60.
double shot. What can Adam do on that same bed?
Game shot on the first
Killer
leg.
shot.
Adam Smith-Neale.
And he gets the break of throw in leg 1. Everything he's touching this week is coming up trumps.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I haven't looked quite yet, but I will in due course at what
60.
the record is for points and leg difference in Group C. We know that Josh Richardson a week ago won 10 games from 10. But I'm looking at Adam's leg difference now, and it is so healthy.
83.
Plus 16 so far.
$100.
One thing we can say is that if Adam Smith-Neale does find another 4-0 scoreline against his closest rival, he would be mathematically through
100.
with 3 games to go. I don't think I've ever seen that in Group C before.
125.
It's going to be a fascinating Saturday night, whoever is there, because Chris Gilliland is having his second day off in succession. He's already there. I think we're going to see
100.
Connor Scott as well. He was destructive last night.
97.
I've had confirmation that Josh Richardson's leg difference last week was plus 25. Plus 25. So there you go, Adam. If you needed some extra motivation, beat that.
$134. Adam,
you find 119.
119.
You'll have to start down south. Back up northwest. Back in the middle.
Game shot on the second leg.
His name isn't Malcolm, so it's Adam in the middle. Another ton plus checkout on the bullseye, and it's 2-0 Adam Smith-Neale with
Scott
more quality
Game on.
coming from the dart player from Nuneaton. He looks like a player with
140.
very little stress on his back. He's just playing. And he's got to be enjoying this.
140.
Adam does throw with a little bit of flamboyance and some relative ease. There's a real rigidity to Scott Marsh and a real effort about every dart. But if you look at the way that Adam
41.
throws, you might as well call him Adam Smith Ease, because there's no effort here. Just smooth throw through and wallop.
180.
Just had an indication of the record
100.
for points amassed and a leg difference by Kevin Burnett back in Phase 2. I do remember him winning all 10 games in Group C. But his leg difference back in Phase 2 was plus 26, which is the record to beat. Which means that Adam has got to win his remaining 4 matches to get to that 20-point mark.
140.
And he's got
Adam,
to get an advantageous
94.
10 more legs on top of that to equal the record. Double 10. Ooh, he's got
86.
the wrong bed. That would have got him closer.
Scott, you require 80.
To stop the ASN train getting to its destination with 3 matches to go.
Game shot on the
Marsh
third leg.
Gets
Scott
the third
Marsh.
leg. It's a really good hit, because if he misses that, I think there's only one-way traffic from here on out.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $89.
There's not many dart players out there that use smooth darts. I know that Stephen Bunting used to use
93.
some very smooth darts until he moved to a more grippy version over the last 18 months. But these really do have just 2 little loops, about 20% down from the barrel and stem joint. And that's it. Whereas Scott Marsh's darts are a bit more bulbous in nature.
92.
Got a few humps and hollows, grooves. Maybe a little bit of knurling in there as well. But when Adam's darts were made, he's probably said to the engineer, give me a piece of tungsten, put some black coating on it, that'll do. Talk about an uncomplicated dart. Even with that 2 treble visit, Scott Marsh
167.
could well be left with a 3-1 score deficit.
99.
Needs another 140. And he does find it. Fair play to him.
Requires 68.
Can he draw level? Depends on what Adam does first.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
what he's doing
Adam
is
Smith-Neale.
winning right now with ease and no pressure on his shoulders. We're seeing it again for the 2nd consecutive Group C in
Fifth
2
leg,
weeks.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now, he did need to win 4-0 to be mathematically through. But let's just face the facts. If he does win this match and he gets to 14 points, the likelihood is he's going to win again today. And that, in turn, will get him through.
97.
Now, you might not think that the colour of flights and stems and darts make that much of a difference, but look at the difference between these two. White stems and white flights for Marsh. Adam with black darts, black stems,
100.
and a somewhat stealth-like flight with a little bit of design on it. But there are players out there that prefer not to see
100.
a great deal of shine from their equipment. Whereas players like Marsh, they want to see the flight so they can use it in their eyeline.
$140.
Good response here from the man from Orpington, just outside of London.
78. Scott, you require 121.
He's got every right to start in the bullseye here if he wishes. But he's a bit more old school. Both players averaging over 100 in this match.
81.
And it was a 100% checkout rate for Colin Osborne in match number 5. Only the 2nd time that's happened this week.
97. Scott, you require 40.
Marsh does not want to miss this because Adam Smith-Neale will smell blood if he does.
Game shot on the fifth
And he doesn't
leg.
miss. It's
Scott
a really good
Marsh.
performance from Adam Smith-Neale, but he has someone on the other side of the hockey that will never give up.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
The amount of times I've seen Scott Marsh look dead and buried.
121.
And then he has this Undertaker-style renaissance in his locker where he says, I'm not finished yet. So you could liken Scott Marsh to Mark
96.
Calloway, the real name for The Undertaker, rising up from the casket with that black hat on, saying, I'm not done yet.
180.
But Smith-Neale is looking for the tombstone here to finish off Scott Marsh, to keep his streak alive. Get it? Streak? Doesn't matter.
180.
Marsh will be hoping that today is not his last ride, that's for sure.
125.
That's a bit of a choke slam right there from Adam Smith-Neale. He will get a look at that 75. Not to get the 3 count, but it would be the 4 count to get him to 14 points. And his streak would get to 7 unbeaten
65.
matches. And he knows nothing about
Adam,
defeat in this room.
75.
Nobody has beaten him yet.
55.
But Scott Marsh does have the opportunity to do
Scott,
something he did
require
yesterday,
160.
which is hit 160 checkout in leg 6. He did it against Parry, and he ended up winning the match by 4 legs to 3, but he can't do it today against our table leader.
$82. Adam, you require
More match
20.
darts coming in for Adam Smith-Neale then. Double 5.
Game, shots.
He's got
and
the job
match.
done.
Adam Smith-Neale.
And he's almost there in the table. I get the feeling it's only a matter of time before he goes through to Saturday night's finals as the winner of Group C. It's another good performance, and it is his best performance of the week so far statistically. 44% on the doubles. That check out of 199 on the bull. 119, sorry. If he checks 199, he would be good. 101.26 beats his personal best from yesterday of 100.2. But 102 is not enough for Marsh. Will he have more in the tank a little bit later? But first, it's Osborne against Walters, and both are fighting for that second position in the table. we have a definitive leader at the top of our table, but behind him we have a bit of a melee. Look at this. Walters, Marsh on 8 points, Parry and Osborne on 6. Now, we have Osborne against Walters here. If Osborne wins and Parry wins against Scott Marsh in the game after this, we will have 4 players on 8 points vying for 1 spot in the finals.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
We may have a dominant force at the top of the table, but what a fight behind him. Smith-Neale is not mathematically certain yet.
180.
But he's extremely close. He plays Richie Burnett in match number 9,
60.
which will bring to a close round 3 of our matches, which start right here.
$140.
So far today, the only person not to bank any points is Richie Burnett. He hasn't got any in the group so far.
140.
I really want him to get some, because I don't want Richie Burnett to finish his year here at the Online Darts Live League like that.
100.
I wonder who your favourites are
100.
out there
Colin,
in the darter
you require
sphere.
81.
Who do you fancy for the second spot in this table? Osborne with a strong start here.
57.
And a guaranteed visit back. First darts he's missed at a double in a while, because he didn't miss any when he beat Richie by 4 legs to 2 in match
Colin,
5.
you require 24.
Double 12.
Game shot on the first.
And he puts
leg.
it right this time.
Colin
13
Osborne.
darter. And he hasn't missed many shots at double today, because in his first match he was excellent on the outer ring as well, even in defeat.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yes, previous to this game, Osborne has had 4 visits at a double.
37.
In fact, 4 shots at a double in his first game, 4 shots at a double in his second game, and in total he's hit 7 of them out of 8 shots.
140.
Quite ridiculous accuracy. And he may need that kind of accuracy against the calibre of opponents he's got left.
59.
His 3 remaining fixtures: this one, Kurt Parry, and Scott Marsh. So his destiny, if he wants second position,
140.
well, they are good opponents, because they are the 3 opponents that are chasing him or trying to fend him off.
140.
So not only in all of his matches that are left today can he get better for his points total, he can stop them too.
140.
And he's on 81 after 9 darts again. Are we about
78.
to see the best
Colin,
version of Colin Osborne
81.
in his 3rd match of the day? This time it's got to be the 12. And it is the bull.
56.
Walters
Scott,
has
you
got to get
require
into this
87.
game. He's got to stop Osborne somehow.
Game shot
And that is how you do it.
Scott
A
Walters.
fine 15 darter to level this game up. Because if he misses that, he could be in all sorts of bother at 2-0 down.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned in Walter's previous match that he's from the county of Hampshire. They've had great dart players for pretty much the last 40 years.
60.
They've had many players who go to the World Championship. And of course, Chaz Barstow will add his name to that roster next month when he makes his debut at Ali Pali.
55.
That's a place where Osborne has been before. Not for a few years, though. He, of course, made his debut at the Circus Tavern.
60.
Something in the region of 15 years ago. He's not eligible to play in the seniors, Osborne, because he's only 45. He's got to be over 50
100.
to be eligible to play in the seniors. So he's got a good few seasons left yet before he can be invited to that one.
54.
But our very own Chris Mason today is trying to qualify for the World Seniors. And if Chris is tuning into our coverage today, good luck. Looking forward to seeing you really soon.
180.
Colin Osborne is hoping to see his 8th point in this group very soon.
60. Colin,
As
you
we
require
approach the halfway
70.
point of today's play, things are getting really interesting. Double 8.
66.
That won't please him, but if he wants cheering up, look at Scott Walter's score.
59. Colin, you require 4.
Desmond, 2 2s.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
That was a little bit close to double 17, wasn't it? Well, it just goes in, and he has got the lead back, but only just.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
When you hit a double like that, it usually is followed by a very large exhale.
140.
Nothing will ever be as funny as a game I played against Johan Artut of Germany in Gibraltar, where he had hit double 10 to beat me, and by the time he'd finished shaking my hand, he'd looked around at the board and the dart had dropped on the floor. So the game wasn't over because he hadn't retrieved the dart out of the board. He beat me anyway, but it was still funny.
137.
And just to give you an indication of what you will get from the Online Darts Live League for the rest of the year, we will take a break after this week to make way for the Grand Slam of Darts.
100.
The following week we will have week 3 in qualification for the Phase 6 Champions Week. We will release the players for week 3 on Saturday night.
140.
That week you will have Chris Murphy in the commentary chair. For the start of week 4, you will have myself
59.
for the first 3 days.
Scott, you require
And
84.
then Chris Murphy will come back for the second half of week 4. And then Champions Week, you will have Chris Mason to take you to the end of this
44.
year's campaign. And then we will bring the curtain down on the Live League for 2021 on December the 11th
60.
and crown our 5th
Scott, you
and final
require 40.
Phase champion.
Game shot on the
Scott
fourth
Walters
leg.
could be that
Scott
champion still.
Walters.
He is very much in with a shout of making the finals on Saturday night to try and get to Champions Week, but he's got to keep winning legs.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
How he would love to be in a weekly finals with Chaz Barstow.
140.
Winchester Massive doing things here this year. Who'd have thunk
100.
that one of the darting fraternities, one of the strongest darting fraternities, was in Winchester?
$85.
They must have a really good Super League system in Hampshire. Imagine the quality.
100.
Playing once a week against players of Scott's calibre and Chaz, Mike Gillett, Richard North, Jamie Kelling.
81.
And I'm sure plenty others. We've just seen a game between Smith-Neale and Marsh where both players
131.
averaged over 100. That is a mark that Osborne is very close to. But if he loses this fifth leg,
125.
he'll be spitting.
Scott, you require 170.
It's entirely up to him as to whether he does lose it.
96.
Because he can stop Walters
Colin,
right
you
here.
require 70.
It's not as good on the doubles in this match as it was in the previous two. But it will be tops.
Game
And
shot
it is
the
tops
fifth
for a
leg.
3-2
Colin
lead.
Osborne.
He finds the accuracy just when he needs it. And he's within one of getting to the same points total as his opponent.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
But we must talk about the leg difference. Walters, on 8 points
44.
currently, with Scott Marsh, has the best leg difference of +5. Osborne, if he wins, is going to bring that slightly down. But he's currently at -1.
140.
It would be far more advantageous for Colin if he won 4 legs to 2. That would bring Walters to +3. And in turn,
120.
it would bring Colin to +1. So he'd be within 2 legs of him and on the same points.
$95.
We are in match 7 today, and 7 is the number because apparently we've only had 7 breaks of throw today.
121.
We've had matches this year where we've had 7 breaks of throw. So is having the darts today going to be a huge factor?
96.
This would be a classic way to finish a match.
97. Colin, you require 170.
We've already seen a 119 from Adam Smith-Neale in the previous match. Scott wants a shot at it. He might not get it. Oh, that was very close.
105.
But Walters
Scott,
needs
you
to hit
require
this.
119.
He's not going to. So Osborne has the
99.
opportunity to win this one by 4 legs to 2.
Colin, you
We had
require
4.
65.
Actually 3 matches where it was 4 legs to 3 between matches 2 and 5. And the last 2 games we've had have been 4-2. This is for a third in a row of that scoreline.
25.
He thought that was going in.
Scott, you require 20.
Is this?
No score.
You can see
Colin,
just
you
how much he
require
was
40.
disgusted at having a dart in his hand that he couldn't use. The darts are down,
Game,
and he was
shots,
right to put them
and
down
match.
because
Colin
Osborne has got over the line. We have got 3 players on 8 points. This is becoming a bit of a war for the second position behind Adam Smith-Neale. Ruthless hitting on double top from Colin Osborne, and a very good display, 98.46, and only 40% on the doubles, but that does get him towards striking distance of that second position, which Scott Walters still occupies, but only just. We're going to get a look at Kurt Parry once again. He's up against Scott Marsh, and this again is all about trying to get to 8 points for Kurt Parry. We have reached the halfway point of our matches on Friday in Group C. And as you can see by this table, things are getting very interesting indeed. We have one person eliminated at the bottom of the table, one person really close to being safe, but in the middle, it's all for one spot. That second place is up for grabs. If Kurt Parry wins this game against Scott Marsh, he will jump Scott Marsh in the table. Osborne has got himself to third position now.
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
And his leg difference is a lot better than it was early this morning. And because Marsh has 4 less legs
39.
as far as an advantageous position is concerned compared to Osborne in third position, he cannot afford to be losing matches, and he cannot afford to lose any matches by big margins.
180.
So by that token, the advice I would give Marsh, and indeed Kurt Parry, get a win here and keep yourself in the reckoning.
100.
Parry's next game is against Osborne. Marsh's next game is against Burnett. That could be the key game for Marsh. If he gets a win here and he beats Burnett, that will get him to 12 points, and that will put enormous pressure on everybody else chasing. But if you look at Scott Walters, who has suffered 2 defeats from 3 games today, he's got Adam Smith-Neale next.
100.
And we know for a fact that Smith-Neale is not going to slow down.
$60. Scott, you require 136.
Strong start from Marshy. Another. Gets it. 88.
Game shot on the first leg.
Superb from Scott Marsh. Another ton plus checkout in this group. At first, he wasn't sure if that second dart was in. I assure you, Scott,
second leg,
it was.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It is not his biggest finish of this group, when in fact a 160 against Kurt Parry yesterday is his biggest.
81.
And will probably remain so. But it wasn't just about the skill of hitting the 160 yesterday.
97.
It was the position of the game he hit it in. He was 3-2 down. Parry had already missed 1 dart at tops for the match. And it was at that point that Scott Marsh hit the 160 checkout and then served out the rest of the match to get the win. The perfectly timed haymaker of a finish from Marsh.
59.
Without a doubt, for me, the finish of the week. We have had bigger finishes from Adam Smith-Neale and from Connor Scott. But purely because of the timing, it was a better shot.
140.
Marsh seems to be switching on now into a very high mode. He lost with 102 average against Smith-Neale in his last game.
140.
He's lifted his level a little bit more in this game after that. Just going to take a short break away from this just to wish everybody good luck who is going to the WDF event in Killarney this weekend, including one of our stalwarts of the Live League this year, Sean McDonald. Good luck, Sean. All the very best over in Ireland.
Scott, you require 40.
Tops for Marsh.
Game shot
Finds that,
leg.
and this
Scott
is a high level of performance. 12 darter, followed by a 14 darter. If he can maintain this, I'm not sure Kurt Parry has an answer for it.
First. Game on.
Just want to send out a happy birthday today as well to Amanda Noble,
60.
the wife of great referee George Noble. So many happy returns to Amanda, a lovely lady, and have a fantastic birthday.
$60. 100.
I wonder what's next for Kurt Parry, and I'm not writing him off by any means for the rest of the day, but I'm just curious as to what he will do next. If he doesn't come through this challenge today, will we see him at Q School?
120.
He's got a young family in Wales and a job. You just wonder if someone of his talent
180.
is going to try again at the professional ranks, or whether he's happy just being an amateur. Not everybody wants to be a professional in this game. Not everybody wants that kind of pressure.
Kurt, you require 161.
Some people just like to play for the enjoyment of it. Just look at golfer Gary Wolstenholme.
54.
He was a brilliant amateur for many, many years. Marsh could really use a big win here against Parry to knock him down a peg.
80.
And that's the second time in 2 visits he's had a violent collision
Kurt, you require 107.
with his flight. He's getting really creative with these finishes, is Kurt Parry. He loves to start on that treble 17.
Scott, you require 150.
Two treble 19s. Perfect lie. Oh, don't try that at home, folks. Juggling darts is only for professionals. But he is miffed that he missed that 57. It was such a perfect first dart.
90. Kurt, you require 20.
Double 10 to get his first leg of this contest.
Game
And he does find double 5.
Kurt Parry.
Somewhat with a sigh of relief, because at times in this group he has messed around on double 5 a bit too much. He is very much alive in a contest where he's averaging 20 points less than his opponent. $105 for Marsh,
100.
85 for Parry. And so far he is just surviving in this game.
140.
What is he about to level things up? The best way he knows how, with butchering that treble 20, which is what his game is all about. I'd like to say that everybody's game is all about that, but Parry has a reputation for being a big scorer.
180.
Marsh is not known as a big 180 hitter, but I feel this week he has upped the ante in that aspect of his game.
91.
He got 6 maximums yesterday, and he's already got 2 in this match. Look on the bright side, if you can get through this group,
60.
you're guaranteed a lie-in for the first time this week, Scott. He was up early on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and this morning
100.
to get ready for a 9:30 start.
Scott, you require 161.
Saturday's finals don't start until 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV.
$95.
Great last shot.
Kurt, you require 170.
We haven't had a 170 in this group yet. And we're not going to get one now.
87. Scott, you require
Where does he go
66.
for this 66? His eyes tell me he's going to treble 10. . On dart at tops. Big shot.
46. Kurt, you require
He doesn't
83.
get the confirmation from Charlie Costerfield that he wished for. Does Kurt on the ball?
58.
Falls just short.
Scott, you
So
require
Marsh, who will
20.
not be rushed, averaging 106 so far. In fact, that's just gone down to 103 because of his previous visit.
Game shot on the
Has
fourth
now
leg.
taken a
Scott
3-1 lead,
Marsh.
and this is very much a hurtful display for Kurt Parry. If he's languished on 6 points after this, he might be in a bit of bother.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
It's also not a good result for Scott Walters and Colin Osborne, who would all of a sudden be 2 points behind
58.
second place again. And the next match between Smith-Neale and Burnett, nothing is going to change that.
83.
If Kurt Parry loses this match and his next one against Osborne, his fate will be sealed.
46.
I remember playing Scott Marsh for the first time last year from our own homes in the live league. And immediately when I was playing him, I just felt like he was hard to beat. He was hard to get rid of.
140.
He has a presence. He's very tall. And he walks with a swagger. There's a bounce to his step. Whether that's manufactured to exude confidence to the players that he is up
95.
against, or whether that's just his way, either way, it's fine. But he is extremely hard to beat.
47.
The challenge of Parry is starting to falter. But what we have seen this week so far from him, without writing him off, is that he still has talent and he still has a lot to give, and he's got plenty of years on his side. Could be 127 in game. The classic words of Paul Hinks.
174.
And he's going to need it for a 4-1 win after that
Scott,
174 from Parry.
127.
Is it? Bullseye.
102.
Not quite. And he may have to go all the way back.
Kurt, you require
476 points away from his position right now. But he doesn't have to. He just needs to find 9 and double 8.
Scott, you require 25.
To have second position in the table on his own for now, for at least a couple of games. He does get it.
And the match.
And
Scott
he is now
Marsh.
snugly behind Adam Smith-Neale by 4 points. He might erase that gap a little bit more later on when he plays against him. But for now, it's good enough to occupy a qualification spot with games to play. It's another good performance from Marsh, who averaged 102 in defeat in his last game, 99, with 57% on the doubles in that classic 136 checkout. That's enough to get him his 10th point of this group. We're going to have another look at Adam Smith-Neale now. And if he wins this game against Burnett, he is safe into Saturday night against the man who was already eliminated. Adam Smith-Neale stay perfect in this group? And will he compound the misery of Richie Burnett at the foot of the table? But another win for him will seal his spot in the Saturday finals, and he now has a 4-point gap at the top over Scott Marsh. It's just been closed from 6 to 4. But surely the one thing on Burnett's mind is, I just want one win.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I'll be interested to see what kind of performance we get from Adam here. If I were him,
81.
I'd be hunting the record. It's within sight. The record is 20 points in Group C. And the leg difference record
100.
is plus 26, held by Kevin Burnett. He's only 8 legs behind that.
140.
And he's had plenty of destructive performances so far in this group. If he can find a little more of that, there's no reason why he can't break that record.
60.
I was wishing good luck in the last game to Sean McDonald, who's going over to Ireland for some tournaments this weekend.
60.
And another couple of our combatants from the Live League this year are also joining him. Mike Warburton, who played here last week, is going over with Brian
60.
Raman, who won week 1. So good luck, lads. All the very best. And I do believe they're playing pairs together. So good luck in the pairs as well as the singles.
65.
No matter what you're doing this weekend, I hope you look after each other and have a very enjoyable time. Spare a thought for a lot of people around the world
60.
who are still struggling with COVID.
Adam, you require 155.
And if you are, get some rest, get some great advice, and I hope you feel better soon.
97. 140.
That goes for
Adam,
Dimitri
you
Vandenberg
require
as well, who's
58.
not going to be playing in the Grand Slam this week because of a positive test.
Game shot on the first
But it's a
leg.
positive start
Adam
for Adam Smith-Neale. 58 out with no problems whatsoever. And if he gets another big win here, that record is very much in sight.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
With 3 matches remaining, he needs 3 big score lines.
180.
That's the way to stop him, first and foremost.
93.
Well, let's say he wins by 4 legs to 1 here. He beats Scott Walters by 4 legs to 1. That's positive 6. That would get him to
60.
plus 24. He would have to win against Kurt Parry by the same scoreline to get to plus 27 on the record.
59.
So he can win all 3 games and lose 3 legs. Don't forget that we have got Group B tonight as well. It will be a very good night's entertainment. I thoroughly enjoyed last night's darts.
134. Richie require 161.
Connor Scott was just so much on form. Finishing the night, running around the room, averaging 107.
51.
Here comes the pressure.
121. Richie require
He's not
110.
going to be bogged down by that last dart single one. Double 18.
Game shot on
And
the
Burnett
second leg.
has got
Richie
his
Burnett.
pride in his pocket. He does not want to leave this group without a win. And with darts like that, he might just get one
Third leg, it's Adam
against
to
the
throw
table
first.
topper to deny him the opportunity of that record.
44.
Looks the tiniest bit more comfortable in this game. Maybe he's been putting his feet up for a little period of time. We haven't seen him since match 5.
60.
So he has had 3 games to rest that injured leg.
140.
If you think that's what all the players do between matches, you're wrong. Yesterday, after Jared Cole lost his first match in Group B, I went for a comfort break in between matches, and he was already on the practice board by the time I'd got within
100.
view of the cameras in the practice room. An astonishing work ethic.
$57.
To win this group,
98.
Adam Smith-Neale doesn't even need to win this match. He just needs 3 legs, because that leg difference is so healthy. His leg difference is about as healthy
81.
as Cristiano Ronaldo's six-pack.
119.
He's already hit this today. Can he have another?
99.
He won't mind as long as he takes double 10 when he comes back, because silly Richie has left 163.
45.
Just getting a bit
Adam,
lurchy there.
20.
Can't put a great deal of weight on that trail.
Game shot on the
Of
third
that leading leg, sorry. But it is Adam Smith-Neale who is leading by 2 legs to 1 now. And it's only 1 leg that separates him from winning this group.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Richie will finish his campaign
83.
with the game against Scott Marsh, his 5th game against Scott this week. And then Scott Walters in the last match in the group. So very
51.
fitting that our most experienced player this year will play the last game of Friday's Group C. And then we will bid farewell to Richie for 2021.
140.
Relentless from Smith-Neale.
180.
Just when you think he's out of a leg, he banks that maximum. And he's very much back in it.
60.
Just looking at the colour of that polo shirt today that Adam's wearing, that army khaki green. You call it a moss green. But nobody's really owned that colour
25.
when it comes to dart shirts. There is, of course, MVG green. But if you want to create a brand in this game, you've got to pick a colour palette and go with it.
95.
Or in the case of Peter Wright, just pick every colour.
$140.
Had a dodgy
Richie
start to this leg, but he really has picked things up.
123.
He's not going to add a 1-2-3 to his 110 from
55.
earlier.
Adam, you require
Adam will be looking at the
105.
25 of this first dart. 2 double tops. Oh, that's
45.
costly. He shouldn't have been
Richie
anywhere
requires
near that
68.
deflection. Can Burnett equalise on tops himself?
28.
So Adam should be getting 3 darts at tops
Adam, you
here.
require 60.
But look at how much it bothers him.
Game
He just
shot
gets
the
on with the
fourth
job,
leg.
gets his
Adam
3rd leg of the
Smith-Neale.
contest, and Adam Smith-Neale wins Group C without having to get all 4 legs in this contest. He's done enough.
5th leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
So we have got 2 players in Saturday night now.
96.
Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland and the West Midlands' very own Adam Smith-Neale is there. So the battle for second place,
100.
it starts right here. Well, it's been going on for a while. We know that Adam was going to win this group
99.
for at least about an hour. But now he really does want to amass the 20 points.
140.
He's one leg away from 16. He is playing superbly.
171.
Just goes to show the confidence levels he's got. And no one has ever accused Adam Smith-Neale of lacking confidence, believe me.
62.
But he really should have gone
You require
for the 25 for the last dart, but he fancied the 3. And he's going to leave tops
95.
with that easy style to inflict another defeat on Richie Burnett. It will be 8 in a row for him. One of his worst losing streaks of the year. But Smith-Neale knows nothing of defeat on this hockey. But the game isn't over yet.
Richie require 137.
I think Richie knows that the exit door is calling him.
140.
And when he goes for the single 17, he catches a double.
Adam, you require 20.
Double 10. And Smith-Neale gets the job done. It's another superb performance. At times, Richie just could not live with him. And Smith-Neale, via that win and getting to the 3rd leg for his tally, has got himself towards the top of that table, and he's not going to be caught. 92.73 and 50% on checkouts. Even when he's not playing his A+ stuff, he is still doing enough to beat his opponents. The race for 2nd spot will intensify as we welcome back to the hockey Kurt Parry. He's in a bit of a dodgy spot, with Osborne definitely challenging on 8 points. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Friday morning and Friday afternoon. It's been a really exciting day so far. And as you can see from our table there, Adam Smith-Neale is safe on 16 points. But he has people trying to chase that gap down of 6 points as it stands. Osborne really does need a win here. But Kurt Parry, if he loses, he is going to be gone from the chase for second position. So let's get into the match. Best of 7 as always. Let's see what they're made of.
To throw first. Game on. $100.
This is round number 4 of 5.
100.
And what we do have is a match for Colin Osborne here. And then he will finish his campaign against Scott Marsh.
100.
Which is probably the ideal couple of games for him. Because not only can he bolster his position, but he can deny the chasers as well.
125.
Parry doesn't get to 8 points. And Scott Marsh does beat Richie Burnett in game number 12. And Kurt Parry is definitely going to be leaving us today.
100.
And we will have to ask that question of him as to what he's going to do going forward.
82.
Apologies for the break in between the last game and this one. Small technical issue. I'm sure you know what it's like.
60. Kurt, you require.
And it's not Friday the 13th, it's Friday the 12th.
54.
Osborne, who's had some
Colin,
sparkling finishing today, is looking for another dose of that.
32. Kurt, you require 80.
Parry doesn't just need the win, he needs to win by a margin.
70.
His current leg difference is
Colin,
at -7,
84.
which is 10 behind third placed Scott Walters. Osborne needs double 11 and finds double 11 with another piece of sparkling finishing from the man from Middlesbrough. Superbly done.
Second leg, it's
and with
Colin
him sitting on
first.
8 points and a leg
on.
difference of +1, what he needs to do right now is put his foot down.
100.
Looks like Ozzy fancies this one.
137.
And if he does put his foot down, it could well be the 2 Welsh players in this group finishing in the basement positions.
60.
Richie Burnett is already eliminated. He has lost 8 games straight in this group.
140.
He's got 2 left. One against Marsh, which could have a huge effect on whether Marsh gets through this group. And then he's got Scott Walters as well, which could also affect it. But Scott Walters will know his fate come that 15th game of the day. He will know if he can still qualify.
100.
It's very much dependent on what he does against Adam Smith-Neale in the next match.
85. Kurt, you require 124.
Parry is first to a finish once again, but 1-2-4 with 14 first.
34.
What we might see from Kurt
Colin,
Parry for the rest of the day is a bit of
156.
creativity.
30. Kurt, you
This is a
require 90.
Fast game. Double 12.
66.
And Osborne is in for a 2-0 lead if he can find 4
Colin,
19s and the bullseye.
126.
Great start.
Yes.
He continues it. And it's a shot at double 6 to double the lead.
Game
Oh,
shot
it's
on the second
massive
leg.
from
Colin
Osborne. He's showing the real class that he has had at points in his career.
Third
10
leg,
years
it's Kurtz to
after
throw
his
first.
first
Game on.
real stint of greatness in the game started to come to an end.
99.
He's starting to show us that he's still got it. It is 10 years and 1 month since his last professional win.
140.
We saw on our prompt at the start of this match that he's won 7 PDC ranking titles.
140.
And the last time he won was against James Richardson in October of 2011 in Gladbeck, Germany.
140.
The way he's responded after finishing in 6th position in Group A just goes to show the evident class
92.
that Aussie has. He has picked himself off the floor, wiped the slate clean over the last couple of days, and shown us a really good level of performance, and he's doing it again.
180. Kurt, you require 170.
He's going to get a look at the 41, and he has not missed a double in this
98.
match.
Colin, you require 41.
He's already had a performance where he was perfect. 4 from 4. Is he 3 from 3 here?
1.
Valuable misses.
Kurt, you require 72.
Parry for tops.
52.
And that has been his Achilles heel.
Colin, you require 40.
Is he about to be kicked in the shin?
Game shot on
Osborne
the third leg.
doesn't
Colin
have
Osborne.
a perfect display when it comes to the doubles, but after misses from Kurt Parry, he now has a 3-0 lead, and this is the ideal result for him.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
With a win, Osborne will elevate himself to 2nd position. He started today in 4th.
40.
He started on the same amount of points as Kurt Parry at the start of play.
135.
But after an early stumble against Smith-Neale, he really has been sublime.
63.
But this job is not done. As much as he covets a 4-0 victory, Kurt Parry does not want to allow him that.
140. 140.
He is going for this 4-0 victory though, and hoping that Parry has more mistakes.
100.
I wouldn't classify that as a mistake. The leg difference does not make for good reading for Kurt. And the more you look at his 6-point
Kurt, you
total,
require 126.
the less beneficial it is.
$54.
Is there a 137 here to leave himself on tops? The answer is no.
15.
You just don't know how valuable every leg is right now for Osborne
Kurt, you
and for
require
the chasing
72.
pack, which is starting to be whittled down. Double 12.
Game shot on the fourth
And there's a
leg.
sharp shot from Kurt
Parry.
Parry. His first hit in this match. Could he be about to go on a crusade
Fifth leg, it's Kurt
of
to throw
stopping
first.
Osborne getting
Game
those
on.
points? Because that break of throw
44.
just keeps Osborne guessing, you feel. Is Colin Osborne starting to speed up?
125.
Is that a result of the fast game of Kurt?
57.
Kurt could be involved in Adam Smith-Neale's last attempt
100.
to get a record in this group. He is still undefeated. If he beats Scott Walters in match 11,
100.
he will have a go at Kurt Parry to try and break Kevin Benes's record of 20 points and plus 26. We'll get to that in due course.
85. 100.
Still advantage Osborne against the throw. He edged Colin Osborne yesterday, did Kurt Parry,
100.
by 4 legs to 3. It was an excellent game where the averages and the doubles percentages were very similar.
100.
But the result could be reversed on Friday.
Colin, you require 91.
And it would be very welcomed by Colin. Double top. Big dart at double 10. He wasn't comfortable.
71.
I think he's starting
Kurt,
to
you
realise how
require
big these
100.
shots are. Oh, but how much is this going to break his heart? He doesn't want to look.
60.
But now you can look, Colin.
Colin, you require 20.
That was sustained with a shout for Kurt Parry.
Game,
But he is now
shots,
eliminated
and the match.
as Colin Osborne goes to
Osborne.
second position in the table. He was firmly the better player in this contest. And he showed that with some real spirit in finding that double 10 at the end. A really solid performance against a very tough opponent. But Kurt Parry ultimately is going to finish in the bottom two, you would feel. 87 from Osborne and 50% on the checkouts is good enough to get him to 10 points and a better leg difference than that of Scott Marsh for now. Because Adam Smith-Neale will take on Scott Walters next, and it's over to you, Scott Walters. What can you do in your pursuit of second position? Welcome to the final third of action here in Group C. It's been very entertaining so far, but look at Scott Walters in the table in 4th position. He needs to keep pace with Marsh and with Osborne, who has now taken, for the time being, 2nd spot. But he's up against the man who has already qualified from this group and is on a quest to remain undefeated.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
If Scott Walters cannot stop Adam Smith-Neale here, he's in real trouble.
140.
It will be up to Colin Osborne against Scott Marsh in match 14 to see who goes through second.
140.
And there would be nothing he could do about it when he plays Richie Burnett in his last match of the day.
100.
Marsh has a game before then, of course, against Richie Burnett.
97.
So he sits in the most advantageous position. Simply said, if Marsh wins against Burnett and he beats Colin Osborne,
91.
he will qualify. So Walters needs
58.
favours. But
Scott,
before we get there,
170.
he needs to do himself some favours. This will be the first one.
Games
And he's
on the
done
first
it.
leg. Scott
Oh, it's a
Walters.
170. Superb stuff from Scott Walters. Our second 170 of the week. The first one from Connor Scott.
Second leg,
And
it's
now
Adam
we've got
to
one
throw first.
from that guy.
140.
I think you would have to label that a statement of intent.
140.
You don't mind losing legs like that where someone plugs a 170. But you have to forget about it
60.
and move on. I'd be saying if I was Adam right now, yeah, you can have that one. As long as I get the
100.
4 legs, I don't care what you hit in the legs that you win. This is a ruthless business.
93.
And you have to behave that way in a respectful manner. So far in this
83.
game, we're seeing Walters play quicker than he was a little bit earlier on. Maybe starting to feel a bit more comfortable after plenty of game practice over the last day and a bit.
60. 58. Adam, you require 148.
Walters is going to get the chance to stretch his lead to 2
Scott, you require
to
120.
get his second leg against Adam this week. What a great dart that is.
80. Adam, you require 48.
He's getting a bit irritated. But that is double 16 for double 8 and double 4.
44.
And
Scott,
Walters
you
has the
require
opportunity now to
40.
double his lead again.
Game shot on
And
the
that is
second
what he
leg.
does.
Scott Walters.
So, after being beaten 4 legs to 0 yesterday by Adam Smith-Neale, he is very much pressing home his advantage
Third
in the
leg,
early
it's Scott
portions
to
of this
throw
one.
first.
Yeah, Scott Walters had his worst performance
137.
yesterday against Adam. And in fact, it was Adam's worst performance as well, but he still won by 4 legs to 0. Average of 84.68.
99.
He only needed the 84 because Scott only averaged just a shade under 80.
60. 84.
It's going to be a fascinating Saturday night because I'm pretty sure that Connor Scott is going to join us alongside Chris Gilliland and Adam
98.
Smith-Neale. Who's going to pick up the £2,000 weekly bonus? Could be one of those 3.
60.
Could be someone like Chaz Barstow. Don't count the others out.
77.
Jared Cole picked up a very vital last game win yesterday to get 2 points from last night. But Ryan Finesse, who didn't play his best stuff by any means last night, picked up 6 points. He'll return later as well. Bullseye. He's hit it again. 3-0 Scott Walters and 2 bullseye checkouts in this match. A 170 and a 129. And he has got the unbeaten record of Adam Smith-Neale on the ropes.
Throw first.
It's not as if Adam's played drastically bad in this game. He's averaging 90. But Walters, 100.
96.
Sometimes bullseye checkouts come in clusters.
57.
And you just love it when they do.
96.
Let's just look at the permutations then. If Walters can finish this off 4-0,
59.
the way that Adam finished him off in that same style yesterday, it would get Walters to 10 points.
60.
And it would get him to +7. 3 legs ahead of Colin Osborne.
99.
It could be monstrous. But he would still need a favour from Richie Burnett.
95.
If Richie's not able to beat Scott Marsh, he would just want him to take some legs off him.
Scott, you require 154.
He's not going to do it again, is he? He could.
Game,
oh,
shot,
boy, Scott Walters, what
Scott
a performance.
Walters.
Finishing of the gods. And I don't think he's ever had a game with that kind of finishing prowess in his career. 129, 170, and a 154. So, the Adam Smith-Neale unbeaten run is done. And the record is intact for Kevin Burnett. But look at that performance from Scott Walters. A breakout display that I don't think is going to be bettered in finishing, especially from those 3-ton-plus outs. A staggering performance. So, Richie Burnett against Scott Marsh. I have to say these words. Follow that. Welcome back, and we have 4 matches left in our quarter 4 today, but look at what's happening with the second spot in this table. Adam Smith-Neale is safe. It's a good job as well, because he's just been drummed 4-0 by Scott Walters, who gets himself to second position for now, but now that's at threat, because Scott Marsh is back at the oche now to try and take it back against Richie Burnett. Burnett still looking for that solitary win in this group. It's been a real tough couple of days.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
But let us pay tribute to Scott Walters, who has just played a blinder. The genuine joy on his face at finishing that match
100.
off with that 154. After taking out a 129 on the bull and a 170, they are the games that you dream of.
45.
Very rarely do they come along, but when they do, they make you feel 8 feet tall. I was fortunate that my time
58.
finishing like that came against Phil Taylor, which made it even nicer. You get that feeling that you just can't miss. It's probably the greatest feeling in darts, aside from maybe lifting the Sid Waddell trophy. But you'd have to ask somebody else about that.
$60.
Penny for the thoughts of Richie Burnett,
60.
who we will say goodbye to in match 15 today. He'll go back to South Wales, gather his thoughts, and get ready for some coming challenges.
40.
But Scott Marsh has got a lot on his mind. Of the 3 players who are on 10 points right now, he has the worst leg difference.
100.
Currently stands at all square, with Scott Walters at +7 and Colin Osborne at +4. He must win this game, and he must then beat Colin Osborne in what would be a shootout. Great response there from Scott. Downstairs, Richie. Don't go upstairs.
99.
That was the right decision.
Scott, you require 72.
Double 12. Bottom bin.
48.
Oh, there's a deflection for you.
Richie, you require 100.
2 darter coming in, and it might only take him the 2 darts.
60.
2 darts, a good centimetre high of
Scott,
that requisite bed
24.
we call tops here in the game of darts. Not many people call it double 20. Double 12 is good. Marsh, 1 down, 3 to go. Oh, how he would love to win this without response to compound the misery of Burnett.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw
But
first.
it's not about the leg difference for Marsh. It's very simple without being easy.
60.
It's win this game, it's win the next game, it's through. Simple. There would be nothing that Scott Walters could do about that, even with that ridiculous display in Game 11. He's got 1 match left against this guy right here. And he can only get to 12 points.
100.
Osborne, who plays against Marsh in match 14, he can get to 12 points, but Marsh can get to 14. But only if he beats Richie Burnett.
60.
There are other permutations attached. Let's say that Marsh does beat Burnett, but then Osborne beats Marsh. That would put Osborne
60.
on 12, Marsh on 12, and if Walters beats Burnett in game 15, they'd all be on 12, and it would come down to leg difference. And if they can't be split on that, we'll have to look elsewhere.
60.
Legs 1 will be our first port of call.
$140.
He's going to try to the very end. Whether he's on 2 legs, 1 leg, 1.5 legs. No points, 2 points, or 4 points.
100.
He's put
Richie
in the
require
biggest shift of anybody this
141.
year. He's got to know this studio better than anybody.
105.
From a playing point of view anyway.
Scott, you require 141.
He's got the most experienced referee in Charlie Kostefin, who's done well over 1,000 matches this year.
80 scored.
Richie hasn't had a great deal
87.
to cheer about on double 18 this week.
Richie require 36. Game shot.
But he likes it right there. And it won him a world title back in 1995, so maybe without any pressure, he can start to find the beds that have eluded him this week so far.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $100.
There's been darts all over the place this week. The World Seniors is going to start today. Qualifying for the final stages of that. And I sneakily want
140.
Richie Burnett to be involved in that. As much as I would like to see him back on tour, and I know a lot of people would like to see that as well. I'd really like to see him at that seniors event at the Circus Tavern.
140.
There was a WDF tournament on in Malta over the last couple of days. Good to see my old pal John Scott make the
41.
final yesterday. Lost out to John Desmaromo in the final. And Russ Bray was on the mic. Sunning it up in Malta. It's alright for some.
91.
Marsh back in the winning trail, it seems. He's got 2 visits to take care of leg number
60.
3. At least.
Scott, you require 170.
We're not going to get a second 170 of the day in concurrent games.
90.
He's going to set it up really good. And with the way his darts sit in the board, it's very simple. Single 20, then lie another one on top.
121.
Find your tops. Move on to leg
Scott, you
4.
require 80.
Get closer to victory. It all sounds very simple. 1 above. And then again.
40. Richie require
The
139.
plan could be scuppered if Richie finds this. Hello.
119.
Oh, we just paused for effect.
Scott, you require 40.
And I think the heartbeat of Scott Marsh was pausing as well. Double 10.
Game shot.
It's in the corner.
leg. Scott Marsh.
Oh, look at the sigh of relief on the face of Scott Marsh. For a second, he thought he'd missed that.
Fourth
But it
leg,
was
it's
in.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
And he's got a good record against Richie usually, but this week it hasn't been as fruitful.
59.
3 games to 1 in Richie's favour coming into this. But if you're looking at drawing a line under something, Richie
60.
beat Scott 3 times in Group A. The one game they had in Group C yesterday was won by Scott. So they're having a game of 2 halves this week. That is definitely
82.
the case when it comes to qualifying, because Richie's going home today. Scott could be staying.
$43.
He's throwing a lot of good darts in this match that aren't finding their target. And that's one of the reasons why his average is down at 82.
140.
I think Richie's starting to get used to the pain in his leg. I really hope it's nothing too serious. It's somewhat a valiant thing to do, playing with the pain. But his pain will be over in this group in the coming hour. Seems to be playing with a little bit more comfort now. And that is not a good thing for Scott. If he thought that Richie was going to roll over and have his belly tickled, he's wrong.
81.
Oh, silly Scott.
Richie
Silly Scott.
120.
He's giving Richie 6 now. He's telling himself off in the background.
60.
This is where you hammer in a 165 and make Richie twitch.
$58.
That was a really
Richie
poor
requires
last
60.
dart. It was the thought process behind it that really disappoints me as a commentator. You'd much rather have
Game shot on the
130 than 131, but it doesn't matter in the end because it's 2-2 in this game, thanks to a really clean and concise 60 check out from Richie Burnett.
5th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just to give you an insight as to why 130 is so much easier than 131. With a 131, you've got to get a treble to then hit 2 doubles or a treble then a double. Whereas with 130,
85.
you have the luxury of a single 20, which still leaves 60 in bull. You have what's called an out.
$140.
Richie is out. He may be about to cause all sorts of problems for Marsh, though. I've talked about some of the permutations attached to the next few fixtures.
140.
What about if Marsh loses this game? And then he loses to Osborne. He will be out. What if he loses this game and beats Osborne?
100.
It will then depend on whether Richie Burnett beats Scott Walters. So much could happen in the next 4 matches. I'm trying to exercise all these different permutations in my own head in preparation for the final furlong in Group C. And at the climax of this group, we will have 3 participants
43.
booked for Saturday's finals. And we will book the other tickets later tonight from 10 PM, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV. And also via the YouTube channel associated with Online Darts,
60.
where you can subscribe and you can hit those notifications to make sure that you don't miss a beat.
121.
Could well be advantage Richie Burnett now.
Scott, you require 156.
He's not showing any exasperation or anguish in today's play, but he may be inflicting pain on his opponent in a second, because so far this is not a good result for Marsh.
21.
Things are starting to fall down.
Richie require 97.
Double top.
$57.
Scott is very fortunate
Scott, you require
to get this opportunity. Trying to think it through. Could have easily been 3-2 down. That stops that opportunity.
21.
3 more darts
Richie
to take care of leg 5
40.
to get within 1 of his first victory in the group.
$30.
Oh boy. For the first time, it's a bit of mental pain
Scott, you require
in the leg
140.
for Burnett. Marsh only scored 21 in his last visit. He won't care if he scores 40 more with this dart.
94.
He hoped for the best. He
Richie
thought he'd done enough.
10.
Double 2.
Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
Richie Burnett takes the
Richie
lead.
Burnett.
And that will feel particularly salty for Scott Marsh, who has to watch on and listen to the referee call that 5th leg in.
6th leg, it's Richie to throw first.
So if it is to be the first victory in the group for Burnett,
83.
Marsh may need favours from his opponent in this game in match 15. But in a similar vein to
100.
Scott Walters in match 11, he's got to do himself some favours first.
$100.
There's a real tension about this game. I'm not really sure how much tension Richie Burnett is feeling,
140.
but I'm reading the intensity from the face of Marsh. The wiping of the hand, the focus in the background, the stance, the glare
60.
against the board. It all adds up to a tense dart player who knows his fate if he loses one more leg. He could beat Osborne after losing to Burnett,
60.
and it wouldn't be enough. Let's face facts. If Walters has just got to beat
100.
Burnett, it would be a form player who's just had his best game of the week up against the person who will finish bottom. The form book would tell you that Walters wins that game.
57.
And that's not going to be good
Richie
for the
require
ears of Marsh, who
158.
is staring defeat in the face here. Double 19. And
Game,
Richie
shot,
Burnett has won,
and the match.
and he's
Richie
got his
Burnett.
first 2 points of this group with a brilliant finish of 158. So now it is Scott Marsh who requires a bit of a favour, but he's got to do himself one first against Colin Osborne. But well done, Richie. He's not going to go out of Group C without a win. It isn't his best average, but let's have a look at that high checker of 158. He has fought valiantly over the last couple of days, and he is going to have one more match against Scott Walters in match 15 before we say adieu to him for 2021. We're going to see Adam Smith-Neale one more time before he is promoted to the weekly finals at the expense, of course, of Kurt Parry, who will not be joining us. He's just playing for pride. Before we get into the battle for second spot in the last two games of our schedule for today, let's have a look at the table as Walters, Osborne and Marsh, who can all qualify with that second spot, they will play in the final two matches. But before we get there, we'll have a match between Adam Smith-Neale, the Group C champion, against Kurt Parry, who will remain
first leg,
in
it's Adam
fifth
to throw
position.
First. Game on.
It's a job done for Adam Smith-Neale. And after scouring social media yesterday, where a few people were saying, who saw that coming yesterday? There were some cheeky punters yesterday saying, well, I saw it coming. I know there's a few people who have placed a bet on him or two to not only win this group, but to win the week.
59.
At this point, let me just remind you to gamble responsibly.
59.
Remember, it's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. He's not going to get the record
93.
of 20 points and plus 26 or above, but it is going to be a successful campaign for Adam. And he could walk away with 18 points from this group, which would be a brilliant effort. He will get a first dose of finals action on Saturday night as well, and we'll have a crack at banking that £2,000 bonus. He's already guaranteed £375 for making the finals.
99.
If you finish in fourth position, it will be £500. £750 if you finish third. And of course, with
97.
third position, you will
Adam,
get an invite to Champions
76.
Week. Runner-up gets 1,000. And the winner gets the big one, 2,000.
36.
That one
Kurt,
is way over the bar.
103. 87. Adam,
What can he do with his 7th visit of this first leg, which has
rattled
rattled along at a very
Adam
fast
Smith-Neale.
pace? These two yesterday delivered that 6-minute, 37-second match, and we have got the clock running.
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
Adam today averaging 91.26 for the day.
85.
One of only, I say only, one of 4 players who have averaged over 90 for the day.
40.
But yet again, his finishing is excellent. 44% for Adam. A high checker of 119, which was a big, big finish
60.
at the time it was hit. Kurt Parry, 23% on the doubles and an 86.77 average for the day. It's those doubles that have cost him.
40.
If and when he does return here or to other competitive action, it is the doubles that need the attention the most.
58. 58.
Over the course of the entire group, before this game started, Adam was averaging 93.22 for the group and 43% on his finishing. So over the course of the couple of days, he's been ultra consistent.
180. Kurt, you require 170. 132.
What kind of pressure can he put on double 19? It would be to deny Kurt Parry
140. Kurt, you require 38.
any legs so far against him, but he does take double 19 to get his first leg against Adam this week. He lost the first 5, but now he's levelled this game up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
We have got 30. Yes,
92.
that's right. You just heard that right. 30 ton plus checkouts in this group over the course of the last day and a bit. Well, not even finished yet.
85.
In this group, everybody has got a big finish. And I am tipping my hat to
42.
every player in Group C for the way they have put in these big finishes. Adam Smith-Neale 161. Osborne 138.
60.
Kurt Parry with a 142 today. A 158 from Burnett in the last leg of the last match. 160 from Marsh. And of course,
66.
that 170 from Scott Walters. Adding to the 129 and the 154 he got in the same game.
140.
The last 2 days have been a coaching video
46.
for big finishing. And everybody deserves credit for it.
140.
But is Smith-Neale taking his foot off the pedal at the wrong time? I suppose he has afforded the luxury of it.
59. Kurt, you
Parry wants to get his own back for yesterday. I'm sure he didn't enjoy being bageled on his debut.
Game shot on the third leg.
2-1 up,
Kurt
15
Parry.
darter, and Kurt Parry is the one halfway to victory. It's this that he hasn't done enough.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw
Taking
first.
the chance
Game on.
when it arrives at the very first time of asking.
180.
I'm sure his kids are old enough now to watch Daddy on YouTube. And if they are watching
59.
back in Wales, Daddy's a very good player. Daddy's a world-class player.
58.
Got to give him your support over the next few years. And maybe he can get a bit more glory.
140.
But it will depend on how much he wants it.
134.
And he's got the freedom to do whatever he pleases with his darts, whether it's just for fun or in some sort of professional capacity.
53. Kurt, you require 129. 89.
Parry really is playing well at the minute. Averaging 96. Hasn't missed a double yet. Haven't said that much about him this week, unfortunately.
180.
Does he keep the trend
Kurt,
going?
You require 40. Game
He
shot on the
doesn't,
fourth
but he's
leg.
visit perfect
Kurt Parry.
in this game so far. 3 legs to 1, looking to inflict the second defeat on Adam Smith-Neale in this
Fifth
group.
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
And previous to yesterday, Kurt Parry's record against Adam was brilliant. 3 wins
99.
out of 4 meetings outside of this room, of course, because they're both debutants this week. But he would re-emphasise his
60.
crushing nature in their head-to-head record if he wins this game here. It will be their last game for a while.
47.
But seeing as this is Adam's last game of the day, why don't we talk about the fact that
100.
Adam's a world-class player, but he's not on tour yet. Where will he be this time next year?
83.
Will he be on tour? Will he not be on tour? Will he be on the Challenge Tour? Will he be here? Where will he be?
140.
In 6 darts time, Kurt Parry might have beaten him.
64.
This game really hasn't taken long.
140.
And Parry is very comfortable playing at this pace. Of that there is no doubt.
58.
To finish his campaign in Group
61.
C with 8 points, he needs double 18.
25. Adam, you require 150.
Well, that's unfortunate.
34.
But his job has been
36.
done. Kurt Parry's job is double 9.
18. Adam, you require 116.
Oh, Kurt's going to get another look.
83.
I
Kurt, you
hasten to say it.
require 18.
Can't miss this time.
Game,
And he
shots,
doesn't miss this
and the
time.
match. Kurt
So he gets a
Parry.
little bit of revenge on what happened yesterday when he was beaten by 4 legs to 0. It's not the same scoreline, but it's fair to say that Kurt Parry was the better player in that match there. A really good indication of what Kurt Parry can do at times. 88.89 doesn't really reflect how well he played in that game, because a few missed doubles at the end really did see that average plummet. So, job done for Adam Smith-Neale. He wins Group C. Kurt Parry leaves with 8 points. And we now, with our last 2 matches, find out who could possibly join Adam in Saturday's finals. It's a big-time game coming up here in match number 14 with Scott Marsh taking on Colin Osborne. And as you can see, they're both chasing that second position. They have the same points as Scott Walters. But here's their biggest problem. Walters has got a game left. And I think if he wins it, he will be safe. But with Burnett getting his first win of the group against Scott Marsh in their last game, which wasn't that long ago, that just plants a little seed of doubt.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
So we won't know who will qualify with Adam Smith-Neale after this game. As far as Osborne is concerned, he has to win this
96.
Preferably by a margin. And then he may need a favour from his old pal Richie Burnett. Same goes for Scott Marsh. He had the destiny of that second spot in his own hands in match number 12. He had to beat Burnett and beat Osborne, and he was through. He's failed at the first hurdle, but he still has
45.
something left to give. Over today, Osborne has been as impressive as any day this week. 94.12 average, 57% on doubles all day long.
83.
And he's amassed 6 points out of a possible 8. Only losing out to Adam Smith-Neale by 4 legs to 3 in his first game of the day. He's got 3 ton plus checkouts, just as much as Richie Burnett has. And Scott Walters has got 3, and he got all 3 in the same game.
But
it's Walters and Osborne who boss the ton plus checkouts overall in the group. They've got 7 each. Yes, 7. What an amazing effort.
100.
It all comes down to this for Colin Osborne and for Marsh, who have played every day this week. They failed to make it through Group A. They do not want to fail in getting through Group C as well. It would mean 2 things. They wouldn't have a crack at the £2,000 prize for tomorrow, and they would not be coming back for Champions Week
100
at the middle part of December. On December the 11th, that will be the finals of Champions Week, of course, where you've still got to qualify for that. But all of the opportunities for 2021 here at the Online Darts Live League will be extinguished.
Colin, you require 138.
There's one other thing to take into consideration here.
Scott, you require 139.
How tired are these players? 5th consecutive day of play. It's got to take its toll at some point.
43.
Is it now? Or do they still have plenty left in the tank?
Colin, you require 83.
Good recovery.
71.
But not quite good enough.
Scott, you require 96.
He's going double 18. But we are seeing tired
56.
darts from both players here. I smell a scruffy
12.
affair here. And chances like this have got to be taken.
6.
The head bows.
Scott, you require 40.
Is Marsh going to get a bit of fortune in this game? Double 10 for him.
35.
And Marsh fails to break in 24 darts. A
Colin,
really edgy start
6.
to this contest, which is really important because whoever loses it is gone.
Game shot on the first leg.
First blood to Colin Osborne. He would have expected to win that first leg in 26 darts, but he has.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
There's been many times over the last few weeks where Colin Osborne has won 2 legs in 26 darts. This is just about digging deep. How many times do we see finals and later parts of tournaments with bad games of darts because it's just a survival of the fittest?
180.
Maybe something that you didn't see before that 180. Osborne behind Marsh, just looking at the carpet and geeing himself on.
$100.
If I had to choose which player I'd want to be of Walters, Osborne and Marsh right now, I would say Walters. Because he has the best leg difference and he will know exactly what he needs to do when he plays. Because of the gap he has created in leg difference by 3 legs over Osborne, it's likely, if this is a tighter match, that he just has to beat Burnett. And he will want it that way.
140.
He doesn't want to have to think about winning by a certain margin. That's taking up some mental broadband. But what he doesn't want
41.
is a sweeping victory here for
133.
Osborne, which is looking increasingly likely by the visit, because Scott Marsh looks tired. Yes. 16 here will do, and look at Marsh in the background, just trying to G himself up.
93.
I don't think he's going to do anything about this leg. Unless Osborne has a nightmare in the doubles. $100. Colin, you require 40. Tops for the halfway point.
Game shot on the second.
In she goes.
Colin Osborne.
2-0 up for Osborne, and it's all going his way so far. What can Marsh do about it as we go into leg 3 of the contest?
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
A win in this match will give Osborne something else as well. And that is the daily title. It's just a little bit of an extra on the side. Doesn't get a bonus for it.
45.
But to be the best player on the day is something. He's got 6 points coming into this game, whereas Marsh and Walters have only got 4. Adam Smith-Neale has finished with 6.
140.
What an answer that was from Osborne. Yeah, Scott Marsh did start with 140. We're just going to check that. Just got confirmation from our resident statistician that if Marsh wins any leg
100.
in this game, then all Scott Walters has got to do against Burnett is win. It doesn't matter about the margin. Just got to win.
140.
But as each visit goes by, like I said, it's looking unlikely. Because Osborne has woken up after losing, well, after not losing that first leg, after escaping
91.
with it.
Colin, you require 136.
Another double 8.
128.
That would have been another huge checkout.
Scott, you require 170. 90.
I'm not sure we're going to get another group
Colin, you require
ever again
8.
like this with so many big checkouts.
Game
But
shot
it's
on the
3-0
third
to
leg.
Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
And so far, so good for him. He does need a favour in the next match, but he's doing his job very well indeed.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
On my notepad here, I have an X next to Burnett I have an X next to Parry.
60.
I have a tick next to Smith-Neale. And I'm very close to putting an X next to Marsh.
60.
It's very simple what Marsh needs now. He needs to win 4 straight legs, and he needs Burnett to beat Walters. It's gone from being in his hands a matter of 30 minutes ago to being firmly in somebody else's. It's gone from a best case scenario to a worst case scenario
59.
in a matter of maybe 15 legs of darts. I find it fascinating to read the players. Sometimes I don't look at the board, I look at the player. Osborne looks energized all of a sudden.
81.
Don't forget, Osborne is someone who is versed in this format better than most. 12 years ago, he won the Championship League darts, which was round robin
38.
over the course of weeks. And he was the boss of that tournament, beating Phil Taylor in the final. And at the time, that was a huge story.
140.
He's 161 points away from doing his job to finish Group C on 12 points and a distinct improvement on what happened in Group A. Marsh is on the ropes. He's got a black eye, metaphorically speaking.
23. Colin, you require
and his corner
161.
are about to throw in the towel. Now, what do you do here with 81? Do you want to go 25 and leave 56? Or do you want to go for the 57?
99.
By going that route, he's left a 2-darter that requires a treble on approach. So that was the risk. It was a bit of a trade-off. Oh, but look at this defiance from Marsh, who gets 3 treble 19s.
Colin, you require 62.
I think he believes this is the last visit he's going to see today. Let's find out on double 14. Job done for Osborne. And in beating Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 0, he has taken Scott Marsh out of the equation, and he now needs to wait to see if he's done enough to book a place into Saturday's finals. It wasn't in his hands at the later stages because of his defeat to Adam Smith-Neale in match 1, but an 85 average and 40% on the checkouts is good enough to give him a chance. It's all about Burnett, the man who's been eliminated for quite some time, but he still has one more job to do. Can he do Aussie a favour in eliminating Scott Walters in match 15, which will be for Scott to get to the finals if he can win. incredible climax to Group C. And as you can see here, Osborne is in second position for the time being. But one game remains, and Richie Burnett will now try to scupper the hopes of Scott Walters in match 15. All Walters needed to do was win this game. If indeed Marsh got one leg in the previous match, but we have a slight caveat. Walters now needs to win 4 legs to 2.
100.
Or better. If he wins by 4 legs to 3, it's not enough.
140.
The reason for that is because Colin Osborne has won 33 legs in this group. And Scott Walters has won 31.
41.
So it's simple. If Burnett finds 3 legs, Osborne is safe.
140.
But here's the problem with that. Scott Walters beat Richie Burnett yesterday 4-0, somewhat comfortably. And in his previous game, which seems like a long time ago now for some reason, he put in his best performance on this hockey. Averaging 101.9, 67% on doubles, and 3 massive checkouts. And by the start of this game, I'm guessing he's going to continue it.
96.
So I fear for the Aussie fans.
Yes.
56 left.
41.
Walter strikes me as someone right now who really, really wants this. He wants this
36.
chance of Saturday night.
Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the first
I don't think he's going to squander it by the looks of that first leg. That was ruthless. He is running around the room the way that Connor Scott was early this morning.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. $140.
Looks like a player who has had a really good tournament, a good knockout tournament, and he's ready to win a final. And he is treating this game like a final.
140.
I'd be amazed if he didn't know what he had to do. And he's not doing anything wrong.
180.
I think if Osborne is watching this in the practice room, he's going to fear the worst. $100. I've been really impressed with Scott over the last couple of days.
134.
He has been beaten a couple of times, quite convincingly. But the way he has butchered some of his opponents, it's a level
95.
I didn't know he had.
Scott, you require 47.
Double top.
27.
He will come back because Richie's left 166. If this is to be the last time we see Richie Burnett this year,
60.
which it
Scott, you
99%
20.
is going to be. He does not want to be bageled, but he's halfway to
Scott
that point.
Walters.
Scott Walters really wants these 4 legs before Richie Burnett puts up any sort of a fight.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Allow me to be the person to pay tribute to Richie Burnett in 2021. The amount of games he's played, the amount of heroic moments, the highlights. There have been some downs, but the majority of the time, it's been flailing
85.
follow-throughs, the despair of missed doubles, the despair of that missed 9 darter to win phase 2, but he ended up winning it anyway. Eventually
60.
getting a 9 darter. But ultimately, it looks as if he's going to leave us in the next few legs with only 2 points in this group.
123.
But he has been a welcome sight for the last 9 months. Alongside the likes of Mike Warburton,
93.
Martin Adams, Jared Cole, who you'll see more of tonight. And all those guys who have put in so many hours for your entertainment.
95.
Can he put up one more fight? Can he get 3 legs away from his opponent
140.
to give Osborne that spot in the finals on Saturday?
$100.
This
Richie
exchange
requires 68.
could have a big say in that matter. Double 16.
52.
Walters has this in his
Shot you
control.
require 98.
Double 19.
79.
He gave it a really good go.
Richie
I like to see
requires
that from a
16.
player. He didn't leave it short.
Game shot on the third
And that exchange
leg.
between
Richie
the two players
Burnett.
at the end of leg 3, it is important because instead of it being 3-0 to Walters, it's now 2-1
Fourth
and
leg,
game
it's Scott
back
to throw
on.
First. Game on.
There's only the matter of 23 between them in the averages.
100.
After that fireworks start from Walters, at one point he was averaging 130. That's come down to a respectable 108. But Burnett is hanging on with an 84.
100.
Fabulous scoring. The 140s have been flowing so easily in this match. He's got 5 of them so far, and we're only in leg 4.
100.
It's always easier when you first start, it's planted in that lipstick.
180.
I think it's fair to say that Scott Walters takes disappointment well. After losing leg 3, he's come out
96.
and fired in
Scott, you
darts
require 81.
with alarming accuracy. 11 darter?
69.
He's not going to get a 12 either. Before this group began, I'm sure there were people who were saying that Smith-Neale would be favourite. They'd fancy Osborne. They'd fancy
100.
Burnett.
Scott, you
I
require
didn't hear many
12.
voices saying Scott Walters. Double 3.
Game shot.
Oh,
on the
that's
fourth
key.
leg. Scott
He
Walters.
almost bust that double 6 by hitting the double 10, as you can see right there. But the last dart pings the double 3, and he is
Fifth leg,
one
it's
leg
Richie to
away
throw first.
from Saturday night. We could have 3 players
85.
from Hampshire in Saturday night's finals with Ryan Finesse, with Scott Walters, and Chaz Barstow.
140.
I've got to be honest. Based on what I have in front of me right now, information-wise, I think that will happen.
$60.
The last couple of games, we really have seen the best of Scott.
137.
That 101.9 was a personal best for Scott Walters in his previous match. I was dubious as to whether we would get anything better than that for the rest of the week.
100.
His previous personal best before this week was 96.59,
85.
but he may be about to book another personal best before he goes to Saturday night, because at the minute, his average is north of 108.
58.
And it's not something that Richie Burnett
Scott,
can
you
live with
require
in his final match of
139.
2021.
$43.
It will be 96 when he returns to finish the day and to finish Richie's year.
$28.
He leaves
Scott,
the finish,
you require 96.
but it should be too late. Walters will lay up for tops.
56.
Is it one final piece of
Richie,
magic
you require
from Burnett
170.
this year for us? Go on, Richie. So many people want you to hit this, but Scott doesn't. Scott doesn't.
127.
And he will breathe a huge sigh of relief because
Scott, you
the margin of
require
error
40.
would have tightened to the width of a piece of paper had Richie Burnett hit that.
Game,
But
shots,
now he
and the
books his
match.
place
Scott
into the
Walters.
finals on Saturday night after that scare on the 170. But for 2021, it is hello to Scott Walters. It is goodbye to Richie Burnett. He's been fabulously entertaining too throughout the year, but it's a personal best in consecutive matches for Scott Walters, 103.58, and he was the better player by some distance. He goes through with Adam Smith-Neale to join Chris Gilliland, and he wins the second spot on leg difference by 2 solitary legs. A very fascinating group, a very entertaining group, but it is, of course, goodbye to Osborne, to Marsh, to Kurt Parry, and to Richie Burnett. Thanks for all of your hard work as players over the last couple of days, and for Richie, Colin, and Scott throughout the entire year. So thanks, guys. Take care of yourselves. We will be back at 10 p.m. tonight to see who joins those guys in the final on Saturday night. It's been a fascinating week, but it's not over yet. 10 p.m. tonight, Sporty Stuff TV, and of course, the YouTube channel for Online Darts if you're watching from overseas. This is the Asset signing out for now. I'm going to take a well-deserved break before I come back at 10 o'clock tonight. See you later.